Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The time is 7:02 p.m. The date is September 17th, 2025. I am going to go ahead and call this meeting to order, and we are going to go ahead and do commissioner introductions starting in numerical order. Apologies, Vice Chairperson DeCapo. I did not mean to catch you in mid-preparation.
No, it's all good. Hi, everyone. I'm Keaton DeCapo. I am the Vice Chair of ANC2A. I represent ANC2A01, which is the southeastern end of Foggy Bottom. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tripti Patel, she, her pronouns. I represent Single Member District 2A03, which is the bulk of the historic Foggy Bottom, and I am also the chairperson of ANC 2A.
Hey everyone, my name is Jim Malik. I represent 2A08, which includes the Avenue, West End Place, Winston House, the President, and a number of very lovely single-family homes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sean Youngstone. I'm the treasurer and the commissioner for 2A09. That includes 2424 Pennsylvania Avenue, 2400 Pennsylvania Avenue, the Varsity on K, St. Mary's Court, number of GW student housing buildings.
Thank you so much for your introductions, colleagues. Introductions being done, quorum has been established. We can go ahead and proceed with the meeting. Next item up on the agenda is the adoption of the agenda. I'm going to call for unanimous consent. If you could do a thumbs up or raise your hand that you are okay with the agenda. Okay, that is passing unanimously. Item up next on the agenda is the approval of ANC's July 2025 regular meeting minutes. Secretary Comer is not available, so I can't ask if there were any last minute edits or additions to the minutes. I reviewed them today. I did not see any issues, but I do want to ask colleagues if they flagged anything before before moving this motion. Okay, seeing no objection, I am going to move that we adopt this by unanimous consent. So if you could either do a thumbs up or raise your hand saying that you're okay with it. Okay, thank you, passes unanimously. Item next up is approval of ANC's August 2025 emergency meeting minutes. Once again, Secretary Comer is not available to ask if there were any last minute additions or edits that he made before providing them to the public. I have reviewed them. I did not see any issues. Colleagues, do you have any? Seeing none, I am going to motion that we pass this by unanimous consent. If you could do thumbs up or hands raised. Thank you. Moving on to the next item up, it's administrative matters. Commissioner Youngstone, I'm going to go ahead and yield the floor to you since this is your topic.
This is the budget.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, so I'm here to do a first presentation of proposed budget for fiscal year 2026. Are you able to pull that up, Shalem?
Yes.
Right. So this is the proposed budget for 2026. It is based off of the budget from the previous year. The only major changes, the personnel costs have been adjusted to reflect the pay that we're currently giving our executive director, which I think is a little less than we had budgeted for last year because of the turnover we had in executive directors last year, or by last year I mean fiscal year 2025, which is the current fiscal year. Other than that, the only other change, I think there was a $20 purchase of service that was budgeted in the previous budget, which I removed. That was, I think, for a single purchase. But yeah, other than that, we are expecting to receive 4 allotments of $6,194.27 each. It's the same amount of allotments we were expected to receive this year. Most of our budget is for the executive director, $18,600, with $1,000 for communication and $500 for office supplies. And this means that we will be not spending all of the money that's coming in, so we'll sort of continue to accrue money at the end of the year. We should be sort of have $5,000 more in the bank than we did at the beginning. One thing that did come up in discussion is that we might, as a commission, might want to allocate some additional money for website improvement work, but it seems like this is something that might be an ongoing discussion. So I think that might be something we'll sort of add to the budget in the future once we have a better sense of sort of where we might go with it. But if there are any colleagues who have like specific suggestions to that, they're welcome to do so. I'll go ahead and open the floor to comments from colleagues.
Commissioner Youngstone, you've got to move the item and get a second before we start discussion.
Well, I don't want to move it yet. I want to discuss it first.
You got to move it so we can have the discussion.
Okay, all right, I'll move it.
Okay, Chair Patel will serve as record second of record.
Okay. Any comments from colleagues or questions? Okay. Does that mean that everyone is fine with the budget as it sort of currently exists with no sort of proposed changes or amendments?
I believe that is the case, Commissioner Youngstone.
Cool.
Seeing no further questions or comments from colleagues, we'll go ahead and turn to members of the public. If you're a member of the public, raise your hand and we will promote you. Hi, Barbara, you're recognized.
If you're speaking, we can't hear you. Yeah, Barbara, you're not showing up as muted, but I'm not hearing any audio coming from you. Okay.
All right. Unfortunately,
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now, Barbara.
Yes.
Thank you. I don't know what happened. Thank you. I have multiple questions. The first is many of us are discouraged that there's no virtual meetings, which most of the other ANCs have across the city. Do we need any money in the budget to get whatever kinds of equipment we need to be able to have a hybrid meeting? That's the first of three questions. Second
Okay.
question, do you want me to go all three of them at a time? But what do you want me to do?
Well, I can respond to that one first. So as far as I know, there's not something specific we need to budget for it. We received a grant from OANC to purchase a piece of video and audio equipment called an OWL that we can potentially use in future hybrid meetings. I think combined with that and the other equipment we currently have, that I don't expect there would be any additional purchases that would be required if we were to move to hybrid, though any of my colleagues can correct me if that's not the case.
So, Mr. Youngstone, does that mean you already have the OWL? And if so, will the next meeting be hybrid as we all have been dying to have?
No, we haven't purchased it yet, but we've been given the go-ahead to purchase it by the OANC. We're planning to do that soon. I can't speak to when, like the next meeting is likely to still be virtual. That change in the future. We'll keep you updated on it.
Okay, that's the first question. The second question, or the second and third question I ask every time about the proposed budget. We have nothing to purchase a service or on grants. We've always, until this current regime, had purchased a service to get professional help on land use cases and other things. We have none in this. I'd recommend we have something in it like we've had in the past. And grants we've also had, but not always in the past. So that's lines 5 and 7. I recommend we have money in both of those. And the last time under Troopy, we have not been able to do that. Every other time we did. And I think it's important that the ANC join the rest of the ANCs and do the same thing.
Mm-hmm. It's my understanding that we decided to forgo grants in the past fiscal year because of the administrative burden involved in finding grants and getting them approved. simply because there's so much red tape involved in making sure that something can actually be a valid grant, sort of then ANC is allowed to distribute. I can't speak to purchase of service, but mostly just sort of following up on sort of how we've been handling things currently.
Thank you, Mr. Youngton, for trying to answer my questions. I still feel quite frustrated, but I don't think with this ANC I'm going to get it until we have a full ANC complement. Then we'll revisit it. That's my proposal, because I don't think I have the votes right now. But it's very sad that all we're doing is personnel and some administrative stuff. It's just very sad that our ANC with public funds is not helping the public in issues.
Thank you for your feedback, Barbara. Next comment or question? Commissioner Malik, I did see that your hand was raised. Did you still want to ask your question before we go ahead and call the question?
Well, just very briefly, I mean, Sean had mentioned, he had talked about the expenses with going hybrid. I don't think we're going to need to purchase any equipment, but I did just want to add that the one expense that I do foresee we could have there is security. I know there's been a little bit of conversation among colleagues about whether or not we think that's an expense that we should take on. We'll obviously need to continue to have that conversation, especially in light of recent events. If we decide to go back to hybrid, but depending on what the situation is and where we decided to hold that meeting, that may be an expense that we have to account for.
Before we go ahead and call the question, so I do want to note two things. Majority of ANC commissions are meeting virtual and virtual only. Many commissions are also running into trouble with finding locations where they can have meetings. Right now, the place we would like to have our meeting is suffering budget cuts. They close their doors at 8 p.m. In this budget environment where overtime is not allotted to any of the personnel, it is not something at this point that is conducive. I am still meeting the legal guidelines to meet by law. We would like to go back to hybrid when possible. But if people feel very, very passionate about this, then they can go to the performance oversight hearing as well as the budget oversight hearing for libraries and advocate to get the funding to keep our libraries open longer for longer hours. I have discussed this with Councilmember Matt Fruman. We'd like to see this. Unfortunately, with everything being so tight this budget cycle, it is a non-starter for most of our government partners, and it is deemed as tone deaf and insensitive to do that to our government partners. So I just wanted to echo that for the record. I have no further comments unless colleagues have anything further. I'm going to go ahead and call for division of the House on this. Okay, seeing no further questions or comments on this, we're going to go ahead and do this by division of the House, starting in numerical vote order.
Yes.
Vice Chairperson, okay, Vice Chairperson DeCapo is a yes. Chairperson Patel is a yes.
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 The budget is read and passed by unanimous consent on the first reading, and then there will be a second reading at the next regularly scheduled meeting. Moving on to our next agenda item, which is the community forum. Before we go ahead and call MPD up, I do want to make a statement to members of the public. At our last meeting, we had plenty of disruptions. I had to remove people from the meeting. So I am going to go ahead and just make the statement that if anyone here is rude or hostile or disruptive or disorderly, I am going to remove you. This is your warning. All right, if you are here from MPD, please raise your hand and we'll go ahead and promote you.
Hello,
Hi, Lieutenant Howden.
how are you?
I'm doing as well as can be expected, sir.
Well, aren't we all? Well, I'd again like to, I guess not again, to start out with letting everyone know that I'm glad to be here. Thank you for having me. I do not have any stats or numbers or anything. I didn't bring my laptop home. My work phone is on my desk where it is not helping me at all. So I just want to go through my normal list of reminders, and then we'll have a few questions if there are any. So as we transition into the I guess holiday season and everyone starts to maybe have more packages delivered to their residents, consider alternative package delivery methods to help limit theft and loss in that regard. If you ride a bike or any of that sort of mobile device on the streets, please be careful with where you lock your bike. Locks can be easily defeated and the bike stolen in just a matter of minutes. That doesn't mean don't lock it up, but just be very careful. We're having an uptick in bike theft already. Please use good sense and judgment when you're out and about with headphones and earphones. And as the weather transitions, be careful with jackets, coats, that kind of thing. Those high-end items are targets, and make yourself vulnerable. We are tracking the female with the baby. They're in a tent along 26th, and the male who has been problematic in the triangle at 24th and I with regard to starting fires. We are tracking those. I've also been in contact with some Snows Court residents about an individual who may be trying gates and back doors. We're working on that. Please remember that my number is 911, not 311. And as always, please email me anytime you have any questions or concerns. michael.howden@dc.gov.
Thank you, Lieutenant Howden. I do have questions for you, but before I ask mine, I'll yield the floor to colleagues. Colleagues, do you have any questions or comments for Lieutenant Howden before I go into mine? Please raise your hand and I'll recognize you. Okay, seeing that they don't have any questions or comments for you. So Lieutenant Howden, I don't know if you can answer this question. So I have seen an increased presence of the National Guard around ANC 2A. I was deeply disturbed to see on Sunday night and on Tuesday night to actually see the National Guard walking around with weapons, both times with AK-47s. And so I don't know how the National Guard went from just being like, walking around the community, not being armed, to all of a sudden now being armed.
It is my understanding that I believe his name is Pete Hegsmith, the head of the DOJ. That shows my lack of knowledge there. Ordered that all national.
Are you talking about Secretary Pete Hegseth of the Department of Defense, which now he's now coined as Department of War? Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay.
That again, my bad on not being fully versed on those sorts of national level matters. But it's my understanding he ordered that all of the National Guard troops be armed. So I think that's where that came from. As far as them walking around, there's a lot to all of that. They aren't, to my knowledge, the National Guard, they're not really doing much but walking around. They're directed to be armed. That's not their call. And I will say that I know that they're not out doing things in quotations, because we are receiving calls on the Watch Commander phone from National Guard groups when they are being harassed, threatened, and or I don't want to say stalked, but followed by individuals in the street that are, for lack of a better term, picking on them. So they are not in a position to take police action in any capacity. The National Guard is very different from the conversation that we had at the emergency meeting. So yeah.
Okay, thank you, Lieutenant. That is the reason why I brought up this question. And it is, like I said, it is disturbing. I did see armed National Guard like walking on the streets leading up to GW campus. And so this is very disturbing for myself and the residents I represent. I won't speak for the rest of my colleagues, but I can tell you I've had emails and you know phone calls and people stopping me on the street to have these conversations about you know the heavy increase in National Guard presence and just not liking to see them so heavily armed in a predominantly residential area.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think that's their call. I think they were directed to do it, and if that's their direction, then they're just following what they're told. As far as being in that particular neighborhood, the last I checked, and it's been a little bit, they were directed to be close to, if not on, the National Mall and historic Foggy Bottom. ANC2A is in close proximity, as is GW to that. So I don't know what their marching orders are as far as deployment. I don't know how they are divided out into the city other than those basics. So I can tell you that I'm not aware of and do not believe they have the ability to take any proactive police action of any kind. They are truly just walking around.
All right. Thank you, Lieutenant Howden. Those were all my questions. If you're a member of the public and you have a question for MPD, please raise your hand and we'll go ahead and promote you so you can ask a question. Hi, John, you're recognized.
Yeah, good evening, Lieutenant Howden. Since our last ANC meeting in July, we had 2 arrests over here at Columbia Plaza. The first one was on July 26th for indecent exposure in our main plaza area, which opens onto 23rd Street. And then the second one was on August, and that involved a non-resident. The second one was on August 6th, and it involved a resident, and the charge was defacement of certain symbols, display of certain emblems. I was wondering if you were not aware of these, could you at least email me? I believe you have my address. We've gone back and forth on issues previously, what the status of those 2 arrests are.
Well, I happen to be very aware of both of them. The indecent exposure, I happened to be on scene. I had just completed the community walk where no one attended, and I was going to go to the store there in the plaza to get something to drink and follow up with them because of the burglary incidents that had happened in the weeks prior. I was approached by the plaza security guard who indicated that an individual was over there kind of being disruptive and had been asked to leave, and he did not wish to leave. I went and engaged the individual in conversation, tried to get him to move along. And as we were moving toward an unlawful entry arrest, I was approached by a resident who had apparently been a victim of an indecent exposure the day or so before. And that individual had, as a side note, called 311, not 911, which made a delay in the reporting process for the first time. But with the second sighting and the follow-up, we were able to close the case from the prior day and have that individual arrested and charged with the crime. I do not know the case status as far as whether it was papered or any of that. I just know how we got to take him down. So the other individual, If you live in that building, you're very aware of this person. He has been an ongoing nuisance, noise as far as middle of the night goes and some other issues. He had posted some offensive items which are prohibited by statute on his door in the hallway. So that arrest was made pursuant a warrant that was typed out by the Special Liaison Unit. That arrest was after the arrest that occurred maybe a week or so before that, that we were involved in as far as his erratic behavior in the middle of the night, running up and down the hall, banging on doors with a 2x4. And I know that Ms. Brodus at Columbia Plaza has been working through her legal and appropriate channels to possibly have this individual evicted. That's obviously going to be outside of my wheelhouse, but we are doing what we can to enforce violations of that we have going on with that particular person. I don't know if that answers all the questions or not.
Thank you, Lieutenant Howden, for your response. If there are any further questions or comments from members of the public for Lieutenant Howden, please raise your hand and we'll promote you. All right, seeing no further questions or comments from members of the public, seeing no further questions or comments from colleagues, Lieutenant Howden, as always, thank you for coming to ANC 2A and giving us updates.
All right, anytime. And email me if you have any questions. We'll see you soon.
All right, thank you, Lieutenant Howden. Next item up on the agenda is a report from the Office of Ward 2 Councilmember Brooke Pinto. If there's anyone here from Councilwoman Pinto's team, please raise your hand.
Hi, everybody able to see and hear me okay?
We can hear and see you. Okay, thank you, Hannah.
All right, let me get started. I don't want to take up too much of your time. So I know obviously the continued federal actions around DC are causing a lot of anxiety for many residents. Councilmember Pinto has been very clear. Militarizing our streets is not the right solution, nor is it a sustainable solution to any challenges in the district. The current federal action is eroding public trust in our local law enforcement officials and hurting local businesses and tourism, with reservations and sales down at a time when our economy is already hurting from the Doge firings. As you all know, Councilmember Pinto's top priority has been and continues to be improving public safety for all DC residents and visitors. From Secure DC to Peace DC, we've seen violent crime rates fall to the lowest in 30 years. And we know there's more work to be done, but that work should be done primarily by our local police department with reasonable partnerships with federal agencies. While the federal government does have a role to play, we need Congress to do things like confirm judges for vacancies on our courts and pass a budget fix to allow us to spend our own $1 billion on things like police and firefighters. One bit of good news on that front, the White House did include a provision allowing DC to spend the rest of our FY25 allocated funds in the upcoming continuing resolution. That needs to be passed by September 30th, although Congress is out next week for the Jewish holidays, so most likely that vote's going to be September 29th or 30th. The language of the executive order that authorized the federal government to request services from MPD for a period of 30 days. That 30-day period ended last week, as you might know. However, I know the National Guard was brought up earlier. The president does have complete control over the DC National Guard, so they will be deployed until at least November 30th. And other federal agencies have always had the ability to make arrests in DC, so we don't expect Homeland Security and ICE activities to end completely. It's just that MPD piece that was limited by the 30 days. While we continue to monitor the situation closely and ensure that everyone in DC is safe, none of what has happened changes any individual rights of DC residents. All of DC's existing laws and constitutional rights still apply. To that end, I'm going to drop an ACLU Know Your Rights briefing in the chat along with my usual links. Councilmember Pinto has, of course, been advocating for DC in the national press and conducting meetings with congressional colleagues to urge them to respect home rule. Community members can see her statements and updates on her social media and in her newsletters, the sign up for which will also be with my links. Another area where the council member has been focused on advocating for the city are the proposed congressional measures in the House Oversight Committee that are related to DC. The council sent a letter to Congress, which was entered into their record during the hearing, that opposed 13 of the 14 measures. While we are supportive of the one proposal that allows electronic transmission of legislation from the council to the House, instead of the current system, which is all paper, and it proved to be a bit of a challenge during the pandemic and the insurrection, the other 13 proposals are dangerous limitations to DC's home rule, particularly measures that would replace our elected attorney general with a presidential appointee. Some legislative updates. The council actually just concluded their legislative meeting for today, where they took the second and final vote on the deal to bring the commanders back to RFK, as well as the Rental Act. Another legislation update. Now that the new school year has started, cell phone use is no longer permitted in classrooms, thanks to Councilmember Pinto's heads-up distraction-free learning bill. We've seen a lot of positive stories from teachers that are spending less time policing students, and more students are engaging with each other in person. Finally, just a general note, I do want to acknowledge DPW has been having some pretty major staffing challenges lately, and we know that that has led to delays of residential trash and recycling collection. As we get closer to leaf collection season, we are working very closely with them to ensure that they can get staffing up to those levels that we need for year-round, but particularly for leaf collection. And with that, any questions?
I do have some questions for you, but I'm going to yield the floor to my colleagues first. Commissioner Youngstone, you're recognized.
Hi. I feel like I have yet to receive a sort of fully clarified response from Brooke Pinto on this, despite the fact that we passed a resolution on it several months ago and have reached out multiple times for comment. Is Brooke Pinto willing to raise the cap on the number of people at the Aston to 190? And if not, why not, given that we are in desperate need of more beds to provide space for the unhoused in the district?
So I can't speak definitively one way or the other for the council member. I do know that we're obviously very proud of the Aston and how it's been progressing. We are also focused on opening more bridge housing facilities with this model, given that it has been successful. But I can, like I said, I can touch base with our legislative team, but I can't speak for her in that regard.
Thank you.
Colleagues, any further questions or comments before I ask my questions? Okay, seeing none. And as always, it's a pleasure to have you here with us. I just wish sometimes you could be able to actually answer some of the questions we have. It does get a little frustrating when you're not able to give us responses. ANC2A had an emergency special meeting around the occupation. As you keep hearing continually over and over again, the city has passed several resolutions around voicing with our great weight, like we are not happy with the occupation. Resident after resident has come on board in several different venues saying that there is no transparency around law enforcement, how law enforcement is engaging with our federal partners. And it's incredibly frustrating that our councilwoman feels very comfortable going on national news, but she can't come and talk to her constituents, not only in Ward 2, but throughout the city. She's the chair of Public Safety and Judiciary. And frankly, she should have had a town hall with Ward 2 stakeholders and Ward 2 residents about safety concerns. Councilmember Robert White has had this town hall. He's had two. Councilmember Charles Allen did an immediate stakeholder meeting with his ANC commissioners and Ward 6 stakeholders. Ward 1, Ward 5, those respective council members have actually been being very vocal about things happening on the ground. Councilmember Matt Fruman has come to ANC 2A to observe and be part of things. But where's our council member? And I would like for you to take back to our councilwoman as an official request from Chair Patel that she needs to hold a town hall. That's number one. And number two, she needs to hold an emergency hearing because residents are upset and they want answers, they want responses from our council.
Yeah, I'm happy to take that back to her.
And I would like a response in
Okay.
writing.
I
Okay,
can
thank you.
relay that.
Okay, I would appreciate that. As you can see, commissioners on ANC2A, we're not getting responses from the councilwoman or her team about some very important pressing issues. And our constituents aren't happy that we're not getting responses, we're not getting answers. So please convey those sentiments back to the entirety of the team.
No, I completely understand. I'm happy to let them know. If there's ever anything, I know Commissioner Youngstone, you said you've sent a couple emails. Please CC me on those because that's something that I can follow up on.
I don't know if Commissioner Youngstone has stepped away. Oh, there he is. He's coming off mute.
Yeah, we'll do.
All right. That's all the questions and comments I have for you. If you're a member of the public and you have any questions or comments for our Ward 2 council members team, please raise your hand. Hi, Chris, you're recognized, okay?
Thank you, Trupti. So I just wanted to underscore how freaked out. I mean, I know I am, and I know that a lot of other people, other people have got to feel the same way that I do. I mean, today I was riding my bike to Traders at lunchtime, and there were armed National Guard people on every corner, big guns. These are the rifles, not the smaller ones that they have. It's unnecessary, it's threatening, and it's menacing, which I feel is that's the point, because there's nothing over here for them to do. And I don't know that there is any resolution because we have a madman that's behind all of this. But we got to do something. This is no way for us to live in this city, and especially over here. This is not the highest rates of crime in the city are not in ANC2A. And the madman that's behind all of this is in this ANC2A and lives here. So I don't know. I just am using this as a bitching post because I don't know where else to go, where else to turn. We all feel so hopeless and helpless about this that we are being forced to be like threatened. I don't want to be around those big guns like that, those big rifles. And who's to say, I'm not going to badmouth the National Guard, but what if one of them goes into a psychological crisis, and just starts picking people off with the guns on the street, because that's a possibility. Anyway, that's all I just wanted to say. Thanks
No,
for
I completely understand. Like I said, the council member does not believe that this is the right course of action for DC. Militarizing our streets is not the answer. Unfortunately, because DC isn't a state, we don't have the same rights as places like California. We do not have control over our National Guard, whether they're deployed, whether they're armed. Unfortunately, all of that is at the behest of the White House, but it is something that the council member is advocating against.
Hi, Howard, you're recognized.
Hello, everyone. My name is Howard Garrett, Commissioner 2G. Thank you for having me. I just have one question, Hannah, and I again apologize. I know you were at the last meeting for my commission, so I apologize that you're getting this heat.
No, great to see you again.
Yes, however, it is frustrating, as Commissioner Patel stated, that there aren't any responses. But one thing that I wanted to comment on is it was good to see that the council member was at Congress this week. However, I think that we need to push her on, including commissioners or in the community to come with her. We understand that she can't do it by herself, But throughout this entire process, there has not been no community effort in trying to fight for statehood and trying to fight for the National Guard, federal agents out of our communities. It's just more been around sound bites on CNN or MSNBC. And so I will continue to urge and encourage you to push the council member on including her constituents in these conversations and into the fight, because many people want to be involved. They may not know where to go. They may not know how to be involved. But when we don't see her unless it's on TV, it kind of puts us in the place of where is she at? And then when she does pop up at Congress, it's like, oh, she's here on the day of. Why didn't we get invited? And when other council members are having days at Congress when they're inviting their constituents. So please push the council member on that as we move this fight forward, because we know we have years left of this effort for her to include ANC commissioners, but also her constituents to go and advocate and educate on how we can be better constituents to fight for statehood. Over.
Yeah, I'm happy to pass that along. And like I said, if there are ever any events that you hear about or any that you might be hosting, feel free to shoot an email to me and to our scheduler, and we'd be happy to see if we can fit it in.
Yes, thank you for those, but I think that's not the point I was trying to make. Not on efforts that we're doing, but more so efforts that the council member herself are doing to go to Congress or host a town hall. Like, I think us ANC commissioners, we're doing the best we can with what we got, but our council members nowhere to be found. So not efforts that we're doing and inviting her, and then she doesn't show up. She sends her, her comms director. We want the council member to be present, or we want the council member for us to show up to where she is for support. So I think those are two different things. But yes, I agree. We're always going to invite the council member to whatever we're doing, but she's our council member. She's the leader. What can we do to support her to show that she's actually fighting for statehood and not just doing this because she's the chair of the judiciary?
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely meant both. I'm happy to pass along the request, and also if there's anything, let us know.
All right. Any further questions or comments from members of the public? Please raise your hand. All right. Seeing no further questions or comments from my colleagues, I do have just one additional comment, or to reiterate one additional comment is, Hannah, I just hope you understand that you shouldn't be on the receiving end of a lot of these things that we are frustrated about. We are mindful that it is not you who should be on the receiving end of it, but like, we need to see our councilwoman be present and actually be engaged with her ANC commissions, her commissioners, and engage with like residents. And there's a definite thirst for it. And it is very disappointing that she has yet to do or say anything. So just know, like, we are mindful of the fact you shouldn't be getting it, and that's a tough place to be. But in other words, like, she should be here giving us the responses instead of you.
No, like I said, I'm happy to, she always likes to hear feedback from y'all. I'm happy to pass it along.
All right, Vice Chairperson DeCapo, I saw you raise your hand, so there might be another final comment. Vice Chairperson DeCapo, please.
Yeah, sorry, Hannah, for the sort of last minute comment. So I actually didn't know that the funding for DC was included in the House Republican CR, which is great to hear, and it did pass a procedural vote today. However, the likelihood of that actually going into law, I feel, is unlikely. And I just was wondering if within your office, y'all have discussed somewhat of a strategy or an action plan for the event of a government shutdown, which could be anywhere from 1 week to 45 days, if not even longer. So I was just wondering if y'all had like a plan to lobby Congress in some way for the CR, or in the case that the CR does not pass, what if y'all had some strategies going into a possible government shutdown?
Yeah, so I'm not a legislative staffer, not a congressional expert, don't want to present myself as one. But we actually did get a similar question from another ANC, so I have been asking around, and I can let you know what I find out. DC is obviously in a very unique position, so the effects on DC, if there is a shutdown, if there isn't a shutdown, depending on what kind of CR passes, it's all very complicated, and I am talking to our legislative team about it.
Okay. I'd really like to hear from the legislative team, and I'll probably be, if there is a shutdown, I will be in contact with the legislative team. So I appreciate that y'all are having those discussions. Thank you.
Yeah, hopefully I will have an answer for you before a potential shutdown.
Okay. Any further questions or comments from colleagues before I allow Hannah to have the rest of her evening to herself? All right, Hannah, I believe that all questions have been exhausted. As always, thank you for coming to visit us at ANC2A.
Of course, nice to see everybody.
All right. The next item up on the agenda was to have a report from the mayor's team. Shortly before this meeting started, I did get a phone call from our MOCR. They are not able to join us at this time tonight. They will hop on later on tonight. So whenever they are present, we will go ahead and pause wherever we are in the meeting and go ahead and allow them to provide their update. So we're going to go ahead and go on with the agenda into the next item. Report from the ANC's appointees to the Aston Community Advisory Team. If you are here, raise your hand and we'll go ahead and promote you. Hi, Chris, you've been promoted.
All right, thanks a lot. I don't know what's going on with my camera, so just have to deal with my 15-year-old picture. The meeting was it was long, but it was there was not really any concerning there were not any very concerning issues. The DGS had no updates to report. Friendship Place was very brief in saying that their continuing intake is at around 88 residents. And they got their first audit, received glowing reviews. That's a quote. The DHS then reported, they said in their general updates, they have, I just wrote down this note and I don't know what it means, but it was 70% outreach of off the street folks. And then somebody with the organization gave a long slide presentation it's actually from the CAHP, the Coordinated Assessment and Housing Placement, and how that works. And then a very long and detailed discussion opened up with community members and took a deep dive into that. And then there was public comment period, and that was it. But what I'm going to do is put the link to the recording in the chat, if I can, or I'll do it let's see how I can do this. All right. And that is, folks could go online and watch the whole meeting. And does anybody have any questions?
Commissioner Malik?
Thank you, Chris. I just wanted to ask if there were any reports of concerns raised by members of the community about any aspect of the Aston's operations or anything related to the Good Neighbor Protocol.
No, there weren't.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. It's really, I think that many folks had made a bigger deal over this than it was going to be. And I'm very proud of it. I'm proud of the Aston. I think it's going swimmingly and exactly how I hoped that it would be. And yeah, I'm sure there are like hiccups here and there, but they're few and far between. So I think we have, like I had hoped, a very great shelter that we could be proud of here. And I do. It was always my intention, or always my hope, that this would become a model for the rest of the city. And I think it's appearing that it's going to be. So there's that. I think everybody can be very proud of the Aston and all of the work that folks have done.
Any further questions or comments from colleagues? Okay, seeing no further questions or comments from colleagues, if you're a member of public and you have a question for our ANC2A appointee, Chris Labus, please raise your hand and we'll go ahead and promote you. *9 if you are on the phone. All right, seeing no further questions or comments from members of the public, seeing no further questions or comments from colleagues. Chris, I do have one or two questions for you. If you could indulge me, I would appreciate it.
Okay, I hope I can answer them.
Absolutely. So many of the meetings I have not been able to attend due to my work schedule, which I've explained to co-chair Sakina Thompson. My vice chair has been serving as my designee on these meetings. I was informed that many of the task force members had an organic discussion around curiosity about lifting the cap on the Aston. Is that true?
At the last meeting, I think that did come up. Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, I think it was at the beginning. Because 5 o'clock is a really weird time for me, to have to join a meeting. But I think that we're ready to go. I think that Brooke Pinto, Councilperson Pinto, should, advise that we raise the limit, and go on to the next. What was it going to be? 25?
I
20
think the next, I think they do it in increments of 50, if I
50.
recall.
Okay, yeah, 50. Right. So I think, that should be done, provided that there's enough staffing and case workers.
Okay. No, thank you for that. And I don't know if this had come up in the meeting. I was informed through housing advocates that interagency council on the homelessness executive director, who's Teresa Silas, has actually gone directly to the mayor and requested that the cap be lifted. I don't know if that conversation is still, happening between Director Silas and Mayor Bowser. I do know that from what I've been told that Director Silas is definitely on board and she's very supportive of this. And from what I was told, I think Director Silas was under the impression that the Aston Community Advisory Team had no opinion or no thought on that. I have been able to speak to other advocates and state that from what I have been informed, and the recordings are available, as you said, that they could go back and view the recordings and that this was not the case.
Yeah.
So I'm just hoping that, that the CAC continues to engage on this very important conversation and, utilizing your voices as a collective to say, lift the cap. I mean, ANC2A has weighed in numerous times on this. We will continue to weigh in for as long as need be until the cap is lifted and we can go to full capacity.
Okay. Yeah, you know what? I think I could do this. I don't know if I could do it I could do this outside of a meeting, but I could send something to like get in touch with Sakina, and let her know that because I feel the same way, and especially in light of what has been going on with the homeless in Ward 2, but in our ANC 2A. We got to get folks housed, not in prisons. Okay. And did you have a second question, Commissioner Patel, for me?
You know what? No, you answered all of my questions. I thought I would have two separate, but I just kind of layered it instead. So,
Right on.
as always, Chris, thank you for your service as an appointee on behalf of the commission. I know being an unpaid volunteer can sometimes be an incredibly thankless position and job to do, but I am very much grateful that you do this work for our community.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome. You guys you have a good rest of the night.
Yeah, I think I'm going to stick around because there's definitely some agenda items on here that I want to hear about. So, all right, thanks.
Absolutely. All right.
Okay.
Next item up on the agenda is we have a report from our ANC2C colleague, Commissioner Growth, in regard to the Senior Wellness Center Task Force for Ward 2 and Ward 3. Commissioner Growth, if you are here, please raise your hand and we will go ahead and promote you. Commissioner Growth, you've been promoted. You just have to take yourself off mute, okay?
Yes, there we go.
Commissioner
Hi.
Commissioner Growth, the floor is yours.
Okay, I just you asked me to report out and I'm very happy to. There's a DACL, the Department of Aging and Community Living, has a task force for establishing a senior wellness center, a city-run or funded. Sometimes they contract with a nonprofit to do the actual operations, but all of the other for wards 2 or 3. All the other 6 wards have individual ward senior wellness centers, but there is not one in Ward 2 or Ward 3. There is funding in the capital budget out several years, like 29 or 30, for $30 million. And there's a little bit of messaging disconnect between Councilmember Pinto, who says that that's dedicated to Ward 2 and funding for Ward 2. But DACL messages it as perhaps one full center in one ward and a satellite in the other, or some other hybrid yet to be determined. At any rate, this task force, which has community members and DACL staff, was established, I guess, 2 years ago. I jumped in sort of late in the process because I'm a first-term commissioner. And because there's a building on my block in my alley that the city bought to potentially be a low barrier men's shelter, but there's a lot of issues with the property itself. It's alley bound. It's landlocked in an alley, and there's no pedestrian access, for example. There's a variety of other issues. And Councilmember Pinto was thinking out loud that maybe that could be the senior wellness center. So I jumped onto this task force just to sort of monitor that from happening, because all the same issues that you would have.
Commissioner Growth, I don't know if it's just me, but I believe you froze.
Yeah, I've also lost audio and visual.
Okay. All right. She's probably not aware. So if it catches up, we'll ask her to repeat the last bits of our conversation. Unfortunately, we have lost Commissioner Growth. I am sure that she will intend to rejoin the meeting. I will go ahead and proceed to move on to the next agenda item. When she returns, I will allow her to continue her comments. Next item up on the agenda is we have a report back from U.S. Representative Oye Owalewa. Oye, if you were here, as I affectionately call you, please raise your hand and we'll promote you.
I am here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Oye. Apologies, I shouldn't be so familiar with you.
No, keep that familiarity. All right, thank you so much, ANC2A and Chairwoman Patel, for having me here. My name is Dr. Oye Owalewa, former ANC commissioner, so glad to be back in the meeting and back in the swing of things, and current U.S. representative, where we fight for DC state, in a role I've been in for the past 4 years. But this year, 2025, has been a little bit more difficult than previous years. As I said before, we usually fight for DC statehood. Right now, it feels like we're fighting more for our home rule, which is the obvious law that allows us to elect a mayor, council, my role as well as your role as ANC commissioners. And in the beginning of the year, the Bowser Act was introduced in the Senate as well as the House that would literally take our home rule away from us DC residents. And I actually spent a few days in Utah to visit the constituents of the main introducer of that bill, the Utah Senator Mike Lee. So we talked to constituents, talked to media, even talked to legislators about the importance of fighting for our home rule. Who would have thought the battle would have gotten worse? In August, as we all know about the federal occupation of the District of Columbia, that happened for 30 days. We went through the numbers, we went through the cost and the wasted funds that went into it. But one thing I really wanted to point out was that 943 immigrants were arrested during the surge in DC. It's not just numbers, these are lives, these are stories, these are families. And more recently, as we left that surge or occupation or invasion, President Trump has threatened to go back into another occupation following Mayor Bowser's statement that MPD would no longer work with ICE. At this point, obviously we already know the district's vulnerability compared to what was said before, California. I believe there's a need to increase the funding for legal resources for the non-citizen community in DC. Earlier this year, my office, me, hosted a immigration town hall in Ward 1, and what we saw was the yearning and need for legal support. There are a lot of information from organizations that are doing Know Your Rights programs or Know Your Rights literature, which is important, but we do need up-to-date legal representation who can really give us up-to-date information based off of the changes in this White House and the policy that they're having. Like I said, I lobbied people on the council and really want to push for more funding for organizations like CARICAN, Latino American Youth Center, even Nigerian Center that provide no-cost legal resources for non-citizens. Now, more recently, last week, the GOP-controlled Congress introduced 14 anti-DC pieces of legislation. They range from removing our locally elected attorney general to even banning traffic cameras. But more recently, I believe yesterday, they passed 2 laws in Congress, the DC Crimes Act and the Juvenile Sentencing Reform Act, which, long story short, reduces the Youth Rehabilitation Act from 24 to 18, which really affects sentencing, as well as allows people as young as 14 years old to be tried as adults. And me personally, I believe this is not going to be to DC's benefit, not only because they're intruding in our local governance, but also because is not going to improve the outcomes of those people who are just as impacted. We already know that 14 years old, people who are 14, brains aren't fully developed, and people have made mistakes at 18 years old that we wouldn't be proud of, even though we're in this situation that we're in today. And it's not good for DC. I also have a personal feelings about this because for the past 2 years, we created a program called the Expungement Clinic, which essentially helps provide justice impact to people with that second chance at life. And when I first created this program 2 years ago, the laws were very stringent on record sealing, which is our version of expungements. And to be honest, a lot of people left early because they had felonies that couldn't be sealed in DC like they could be in Maryland or Virginia. But the people who stayed decided to get upset with the law, but also lobby council to make better laws for people like them. So in the past couple of years, they approached council members, they testified, and they made the laws that were kind of narrow much wider. And I was proud of this effort because although I created this program, it was really the people in these situations that advocated for themselves and created hope for folks who didn't have a voice. And it's concerning that because we did this work and because it got spotlight, that's not being targeted by the White House and our U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro, who doesn't care about root causes of crime. So I'm pushing all of us on this call to reach out to senators, make sure this bill doesn't pass, because it's really important for those in D.C. to have that second chance. You know, historically, slaves came to D.C. for for freedom. People come to D.C. for opportunities. And right now, DC, being a non-state, has a federal justice system that is not restorative, that's not good for folks who are coming back home, and it's not fair compared to those who have offenses in Maryland or Virginia. So this is not just fighting for DC, this is for fighting for those who have been here the longest, who will benefit the most from DC. As I mentioned before, you know, fighting for DC statehood is not just representation in Congress, it's really plugging in the holes of all the things that DC doesn't have compared to those who are not in the state. So I want to thank you again for having me to present this to you. I'm very passionate about these two bills amongst every other piece of legislation that the GOP has recently proposed. You know, I want to keep our attorney general. I don't love traffic cameras, but it should be our decision whether they stay or not. And at the end of the day, we need to make sure that Congress, the Senate, the White House keeps their hands off the District of Columbia. So I'm really proud to do this work. I am retiring from this role, but you know, this is something that I'm really, really, really excited to pass on to the next generation of leadership, because we have seen this energy throughout the past month. People marching the streets, people talking online, our council members going on a national spotlight and bringing the fight back to the district. And I believe that we can be the solution to our own problems here. And we don't need the White House. We don't need Congress. We just need people out of our way so we can have better futures. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Oye, for all of the work that you do. I don't think a lot of people realize that your position as the shadow representative is also an unpaid volunteer position.
Just like you.
And
Easy commissioner prepared me.
And you know, I see you and, you know, Senator Jane really like holding it down right now in this crazy, crazy period. So I hope people really understand, like, for both you and Senator Jane, like it is a labor of love that for to do this for the constituents, for the city. You know, and I just thought it was really important that we have one of our federal comrades give a readout. And I do have questions and comments for you, but before I go into mine, I want to yield the floor to my colleagues. Colleagues, do you have any questions or comments for our shadow representative? Okay, they don't have any questions for you, but I do.
You did so well.
So if you are able to stay, I know you have a zillion things to do, you know, like the clock never stops for us. We're always busy running to something else. You know, Chairperson Brian Footer of ANC 1E has crafted a resolution which he very respectfully let me take on. And I, like he was invited tonight, but I think he had somewhere else to be. And it was a total of 16 bills. I think some bills got looped into the other, all of that. But from my understanding, they're still pretty much all terrible bills. And, so I don't know what the status of them is on like the rest of the bad bills. And, if there's an organized effort by your office or by Senator Jane's office, if you have a date already decided, can you let us know? Because if I am able to go up to the Hill to lobby, I want to be one of the cool kids like you guys. So that's the first question. And then the second one is this sped up way too quickly. Apparently Mayor Bowser, Chairman Mendelson, and Attorney General Brian Schwab are being summoned before the House Oversight Committee. And it's just like ridiculous. And so I don't know if you're going to be on the Hill tomorrow, but if there is some kind of coordination for DC residents to show support to our electeds in this situation, I think the community would love to know that. So I don't know if you have any of this information or I put you on the spot about all of this. That was not my intention. I just know people always love to ask, like, what can I do? So
No. I appreciate that question. There's never a bad time to be on the Hill right now. So we've seen Senator Jane, we've seen me, we've seen organizations like the Free DC Project, Harriet's Wildest Dreams, and even now unions really not only going to Congress, but also marching in the streets. And even looping in this answer for both your questions, whether it's supporting our current Attorney General Schwab, Bowser, and Mendelson, we also have to have their backs, right? We understand the mayor's under immense pressure to keeping the orange guy at bay versus coming after us. But it's really the marching, it's really the resolutions that are co-introduced and co-sponsored by ANC2A and above all that provides that real view of DC. The reason why CNN is covering and spotlighting us is because of the work that you guys are doing. So keep it up. Whether you can go to Congress, whether you can only retweet, whether you can just write a statement to the press or even tell your friends that don't live in DC to care about what's going on right here in the nation's capital is needed. There is no opportunity too small. There is no time too big to get involved. But in terms of coordinated action, coordinated event, I can get back to you about that. It feels like updates come by the minute. So trust me, when I hear it, you'll see it. So, but more importantly, there will be people that will be in the audience of the House Gallery for the hearing. And to be honest, we just got to show up and show out.
All right. You know what? Thank you so much, Oye. Those were all my questions and comments I had for you. Actually, you know what? My colleague, Vice Chairperson DeCapo, has a question.
No hard questions, no hard ones today, but go ahead.
I'm always coming in with the late questions this time. But I just wanted to ask you what you think is the best way for people to get involved if they want to go to the Hill, they want to advocate, go talk to, DC is a transient city. Yeah. So many people are from here or from different places and come here, and they might want to go talk to their like hometown congressman or whatever. What's the best way for people to get involved in that, or like as a group, stronger in numbers?
Yeah, anything and everything. I mean, what we saw in the most recent bill, the crimes bill and the Youth Justice Sentencing Reform Act, was that 31 Democrats decided that we weren't worth the political capital and voted alongside the Republicans. We have to make sure we not only hold Democrats firm, but also make sure that Republican Congress members understand that they don't want to handle the day-to-day issues in DC. We also got to go to the Senate. As you know, a bill gets passed through Congress, still has to get passed through the Senate. And there's a filibuster, there's all these other mechanisms to make sure that we can continue to have our home rule and be able to pass our own legislation. Congress isn't voted in by DC residents, or at least -1, and no senator that's sitting on the Hill is voted in by a DC resident. They need to leave us alone. So as I mentioned before, whether it's going to a targeted senator, or call your friends, or even use your former address when you email these Congress members so you can gain residency and don't end up in the spam or trash can. Everything will help us at this point. And most importantly, walk in with being a commissioner. Own your role. You're not just a random person. You were voted by the majority of a 2,000 person radius, and we do value. And when in a role that has quote unquote great weight, sometimes you have to make your weight. Sometimes you have to make your value and walk in and speaking who as you are. So even if it means coming into an office impromptu, speaking to a deputy chief of staff or the scheduler, just make your presence known and make sure that you're speaking for all of us in DC. You don't need the title to be the representative of DC. You already are.
Appreciate it. I think everybody needed to hear that.
Absolutely.
As always, Oye, you always know how to, as what they say, take us to church. So always appreciate you. I see that there is a member of the public that has raised their hand, and I'm sure they have a question or a comment for you. So we're going to go ahead and panel them. Commissioner Groth, you've been promoted.
Oh, great. Thank you. I'm going to try this without camera to see if I don't blow up my internet connection again. Representative, first of all, I just want to thank you for your service. I'm the commissioner in 2C.
Commissioner Groth, you've muted yourself.
Yeah, it threw me off and rejoined me as a panelist. Okay.
Okay.
Anyway,
All
first of all, thank you for your service. And second of all, I will be on the Hill of all of the bills and writers. The two that I am completely irrationally objecting to, in addition to obvious terrible policy things, are no right turn on red and traffic cameras. I'm a power wheelchair user. I live in a building with 150 of the most vulnerable pedestrians anywhere. And right on our corner at Thomas Circle, you know how all the traffic circles have these sharp angles where cars cannot see the crosswalk and pedestrians cannot see the cars coming. We have a right turn on red arrow, and that I, as a commissioner, want to get a camera on. So if these pass, not only will I not get a camera, but they could take away my right red arrow theoretically. So, I'm totally willing to be the poster girl for this. Never too old to be a poster girl in the power wheelchair. I have my photo in front of the curb ramp under the right red arrow. If I can get plugged into other places, I'm on Free DC also, and I was on the Hill last week in the Senate. But if you could email me, please, 2C02 for plugging me in specifically I'm on Buck the Writers of Free DC also. But there's now bills and writers on both issues, so.
Yeah.
I'm also happy to make sure you guys get connected. Edie Shillis can make sure she connects Xiao via email as well. Just pardon the interruption. I just want to make sure that that I could assure you that would happen, this connection.
No worries. And I can leave my information in the chat group as well. And when it comes to the traffic cameras, it's not only going to affect our public safety or our budget, but it also creates opportunities for the Congress to just look at every single bill that in DC and try to undo it. We're talking about non-citizen voting. We're talking about traffic safety opportunities. We're talking about even the STEER Act that allows the Attorney General, who they want to cut, to go after out-of-state drivers who rack up a lot of tickets. It keeps our streets dangerous.
Yes.
So not only am I against this, as you can imagine, but I'll definitely keep you in the loop about ways to advocate and speak out for us.
Yeah, the sheer pettiness of both of those things and the obvious public safety. Cameras change behaviors.
Absolutely.
And we need those cars to stop at the red so that vulnerable pedestrians, they're going to kill somebody. They're going to kill me. So, thank you.
Absolutely.
Any further questions or comments from members of the public for our shadow representative, please raise your hand and we'll go ahead and promote you. Any further questions or comments from colleagues? Seeing none, Oye, as always, I appreciate you always making time on your calendar, especially for ANC2A. I know you couldn't join us at the emergency special meeting due to your work schedule, but you committed to wanting to give an update and say how people could get involved. So I was more than happy to make space for you at our meeting tonight.
Thank you.
All right. Have a good night, Oye.
Take care.
And okay, take care. Bye-bye. And Commissioner Groth, since you're already paneled, we'll go ahead and piggyback to you.
Great, thank you. I will try to be more concise. So I joined this task force in March and was immediately alarmed by the disparate impact of Ward 3 representation. And I immediately started asking about, the senior villages nonprofits. There's quite a number of them throughout Ward 3. In Ward 2, we have villages in Foggy Bottom, in Georgetown, and in DuPont. That's not a senior wellness center by any means, but at least some connection to resources for people. But there's really very little in the east side of Ward 2. And in Shaw in particular, there are like 10 very low income, either city run or nonprofit run senior residential buildings. So I kept saying, what about Shaw? And so from March till July, in July, they held the only town hall, public in-person town hall to get impact from input from the public. And they held it at the Cleveland Park Library, where Ward 2 residents were outnumbered by Ward 3, 10-1. It would have been 20-1 if the head of the DuPont village had not dragooned 5 people to go with her. So at the next task force meeting, that and a variety of other things, my head exploded basically. And the director of DACL was only on for a few minutes from a conference that she was at, and she got to spend all of that time in conversation, excited conversation with me in front of the whole task force. So I pitched a fit basically and said, you have to have another town hall in Ward 2. And here's what I personally am going to do. I'm going to, I kept saying, have you reached out to any of the ANCs? And they that didn't register at all. So I said, here's what I personally will do. I will go to the Logan and Shaw commissions. I will do outreach with my fellow commissioners in those commissions. I will do the work for you. You're welcome to join me. But you have to have another town hall after those 2 September meetings. So the town hall was yesterday. It was in New Bethel Baptist Church in Shaw. Howard Garrett, I don't know if he's still on this call, is the ANC for 2G01, I think it is, where New Bethel is and where he has quite a number of those seniors buildings. So what was presented at the town hall, if you can let me share my screen, this whole process of 2 years, they had a urban planning architect-y kind of firm that went through a whole process of correlating the public input as to what programs people wanted. And that turns out to need something like 22,000 square feet. So they went through the DC property records looking for leasable or available buildings in both Ward 2 and Ward 3. So if I can share my screen, I can show you. A report is not final to go to the mayor yet, so I can't send anybody the whole report, but they showed this slide. So I figure I can too, to show you the Ward 2 selected sites. So can I share my screen?
You should be. Edie Shellis has to grant the permission.
Okay. More. Here we go, share. It says sharing is not turned on. Send request.
Yeah, our ED may have stepped away very briefly.
Okay,
No,
Let me-
okay, now it's asking me. Yes.
okay.
You should be able to share your screen now, Commissioner Growth.
Okay, here we go. Can you see my screen?
We can see the screen.
Yay! I always feel so triumphant when it works. Okay, so the three top sites in Ward 2, 1827 to 29 Wiltberger is in Shaw. It's a block from the Shaw Howard metro station. It's kind of a side street between 9th, I think that is. And it's very close to New Bethel Baptist Church. It's within a couple blocks of a number of these seniors buildings. And it's in the same building basically as the new LGBTQ community center that just opened, which I got to tour while I was there on site to look at the site. And it's very impressive, by the way, and a model really for what could be done in a senior center also. So that's basically my goal is to land it there. The other sites, 918 F Street is way down kind of in Penn Quarter. That one doesn't make any sense to me. 2029 K Street is in 2A. It's on that same block as a number of GW medical buildings. It's an office building. So I don't know how much of that footprint is leasable or what they really have in mind for that one. The others at 13th and G is also kind of an interesting neighbor. The other two don't make a lot of sense to me either. 1130 17th Street is in, I think that's in the DuPont in 2B, if I'm correct. But to me, the one that makes the most sense to me, but there's some kind of distaste with the neighborhood and the street. It's not a big street, but it's definitely not an alley. It is an actual city street, 2 lanes and a parking lane, the Wiltberger site. So I'm happy to answer any questions. Where the process stands is that the contract with the urban planning people ends at the end of the fiscal year in a couple weeks. So they're wrapping up the final report, which will go to the mayor's office first, and then to council. And then it'll be available to the public after that.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Growth. I do have some questions for you, Commissioner, but before I ask them, I'll yield the floor to my colleagues. If you have any questions or comments for Commissioner Growth about this, please raise your hand and I'll recognize you. All right. Seeing none. Oh, Vice Chairperson DeCapo, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just wondering, I'm not very familiar with where the senior centers that currently exist are placed in DC. What's the general, like in Ward 2, where are the senior centers, if any?
There is no city-run senior center in either Ward 2 or Ward 3. Each of the other 6 wards has one per ward.
Okay.
I can send a list of those from the DACL website, or it's on the Department of Aging and Community Living DACL website.
All right. I'll go look at the website.
Generally, there's a lunch feeding program, and there's a variety of classes and exercise and yoga and crochet things and all different kinds of programming, depending on what the community wants.
All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Groves, thank you for all your work and service. You're putting a lot of us to shame here, on being busy bees. But I love the fact that you're in everything and everywhere, because I cannot be everywhere and do everything. But I think you had brought it up earlier into your presentation. And I was actually quite disturbed. Because as you said, there seems to be a miscommunication. You know, it has been very clearly articulated from Councilwoman Pinto's team and from her communications to the community that this was a Ward 2 senior center. I mean, and which, I had wrote a resolution of support for budget priorities. And, I amplified a senior wellness center to be in Ward 2. Like, it was like, hey, like this funding should go there. And so I guess like my question is, how did this, I guess, misunderstanding happen? Because I mean, obviously, a senior center is desperately needed, and like throughout the city. And it's,
Yeah.
I don't want it to become this point of acronymity and animosity amongst council members. Like I kind of feel like this has gotten kind of convoluted where they want to pit Ward 2 and Ward 3 against each other, and that's not a smart thing to do, because like the only people that hurts are our residents, our senior residents at that.
Correct. So Councilmember Pinto was at the Ward 2 Town Hall yesterday, and she spoke her framing, and the DACL director spoke her framing, and everyone seemed to pretend like everybody was on the same page. So I don't understand myself. Councilmember Pinto referred to a conversation she had early on with Councilmember Fruman, that we were not going to pit the wards against each other, and that somehow we would provide services for both wards. But she's been clearly framing it as not only a Ward 2 senior wellness center, but also seeming to almost quite promise housing, LGBT community housing, to be co-located with the senior wellness center. It's not clear to me whether the money that's been committed for the senior wellness center could also be used for housing or not, or whether she would have to block out. I asked her that point blank yesterday, and she said, "Oh no, there's plenty of money. There's money in that pot for housing." But so there's a number of scope issues to this project that we'll have to see. Certainly I don't want to pit the wards against each other either, but not that I'm competitive or anything, but when my head exploded at that meeting in July, I was just like, oh my goodness, what are we even talking about here for, relative resource base? This really, I'm now passionate about. As I said, I got into this for some kind of tertiary reason, but now that I'm in it, I want to make sure that the most under-resourced residents get access as a priority.
Absolutely, Commissioner Groth. I think one thing where we both are definite in alignment is and continue to hopefully stay aligned, and is like we fight for our most vulnerable populations, not just in our respective SMDs, but citywide.
Yes, and not even in my commission. I'm now fighting for Shaw. Nobody knew about this. Nobody in Logan or Shaw even knew that this was a thing or happening. So, and again, since there's such a concentration of specifically senior buildings within that whole part of Shaw, this just flabbergasts me.
Absolutely understood, Commissioner. I have no further questions or comments. I do see a hand raised from a member of the public. So if you could stay on as a panelist, since you are the de facto expert, we will make sure you answer the questions. Go ahead and promote the person.
Hi,
We can hear you, Hannah.
Hi, sorry, I'm still on, and I'm actually the point person for my office on this. Commissioner Groth and I have been hanging out in the task force meetings, but I did want to clarify. So the $30 million that's set aside is for a Ward 2 senior center. Ward 3 does not yet have funding for theirs, but there will be two separate centers. The satellite campus thing was something that Ward 3 had been talking about for their specific center. because they have some transportation challenges, but it absolutely will be two separate centers.
Yeah. Hannah and I have been kind of on one end of the table, literally at these meetings with Ms. Lucero, who's the president of the DuPont Village, has been there a lot of the time. But yeah, thank you, Hannah. I didn't mean to misspeak the council member's position. I just had several, specific conversation with her yesterday at the town hall we were both at. So
Thank you, Hannah, for offering that clarification. And Commissioner Growth, I will see if there are any further questions or comments from members of the public. If you have a question for Commissioner Growth, please raise your hand and we will promote you so she can take your question. I believe there are no further questions or comments from members of the public. Seeing no further questions or comments from colleagues, Commissioner Growth, as always, appreciate you very, very much for all the work and advocacy you do. And, always willing to scheme and plot on all good things.
all the things.
Absolutely.
Thank you for having me, and I want to land this in Shaw. So thank you.
Absolutely. All right, next item up on our agenda is a presentation from University of District of Columbia Law Clinic. It's a Know Your Rights presentation. If there is anyone here from the UDC Law Clinic, please raise your hand and we'll promote you. I know as of last night, they were working on getting someone here. Okay. Seeing no hands raised, that means they were unable to get someone to come for tonight. So we will go ahead and proceed with the meeting, going on to the next topic, which is commissioner updates. We'll go ahead and do that in numerical order. Vice Chairperson DeCapo, do you have any updates?
Yes, the only update I really have is if you are interested in being part of the next comprehensive plan committee, please reach out to me at 2a01@anc.gov. I will be starting that very soon, and if you are interested, I need to know so that I can hopefully add you to the committee, and would love to have as much input from the neighbors as possible. But that will be within the next 2 or 3 weeks, I'd say. So stay tuned. That's all I have.
Thank you, Vice Chairperson DeCapo. I'll go ahead and go into commissioner updates. So I know there have been a lot of questions around the Post Brothers Community Benefits Agreement. I needed to wait to get official word back from Post Brothers about where everything stood after all the dust settled. It was a very intense and chaotic process, but Post Brothers lost the building the first time. They were able to rebuy it. And then in the process of renegotiating with their bank, the bank put the property back on the auction block. Post Brothers did not repurchase the building. The bank completely owns it outright as of this moment. I did speak with Post Brothers about a week or two after all the dust had settled, and they regretfully had to inform myself that they would not be able to execute the community benefits agreement as there was no path to them being able to repurchase the building. This was not the outcome they wanted to have with us. They committed for as long as possible to do everything to make sure that they could honor their word and commitment to the community in giving the community benefits agreement. I I expressed mutual disappointment that they were not able to do this for the community. But Post Brothers, definitely has reiterated their commitment that should something manifest or happen, that if they are able to repurchase that building, they would like to continue to work with ANC2A. So not an update that is, bearing of good news, but I do know that there was a lot of questions and comments around that for several months. I needed to be respectful to our stakeholder, that is Post Brothers, on, being delicate around like their negotiations that they had to work with their own partners. So those are all the updates that I have for you. And I will popcorn it to Commissioner Malik if he has any.
Thank you very much. A few quick updates. So first of all, in my SMD, we have been having some pretty serious issues with trash pickup. Obviously, Hannah mentioned earlier that there are some issues with staffing, supposedly. This has been an ongoing issue, though, for a number of months now. We've been trying to work through this, but I plan on bringing a resolution forward in October, asking for some more information around what these issues are and what can be done to resolve the problem. In the meantime, please use your trash cans properly, because we do not always know when our trash is getting picked up. I did a walk around a few days ago after pickup was missed, and it was really messy, and that's going to create rodent problems. So please, if possible, make sure your trash is in your can. That's going to keep the neighborhood cleaner for everyone and prevent rodent buildup. Second update. GW has finally submitted, as of, I believe, this morning, its application for the PUD modification at 2001 Pennsylvania Avenue, which, if approved, would eliminate the requirement to use the ground floor of that building for retail. I believe that will be on our next meeting agenda. So if you have any thoughts about that, please let me know, and please be prepared to come to that meeting if you'd like to speak about that issue. Last update for me is I finally sent out a 2A08 email newsletter update for the first time ever. So if you would like to join my mailing list and get that monthly update, the address is jimsemaillist.com. I'm going to try to do that every month from here on out. Make sure you have the agenda, go over some notes from the last meeting, and talk about what's on the next meeting's agenda. That's it for me.
Last but not least, Commissioner Youngstown.
Nothing specific to report.
Thank you so much, colleagues. We're going to go to the last agenda item under this section, which is public comments and announcements. If you're a member of the public and would like to make an announcement or have a comment, please raise your hand and we'll recognize you. Hi, John, you've recognized.
Thank you. This is really part two of my crime issue. And I wanted to let people know that MPD puts out a daily email, which is actually two. One is crimes and the other is arrests. And it's broken down by incidents and by PSAs, and we're PSA 07. So you can find out what is going on in PSA 07, our place, on a daily basis. And further, if you are interested in what this crime is all about, you can do a case search, a DC Superior Court case search, and you can get what is called a Gersten affidavit, which is an affidavit in support of an arrest warrant. And it is a very detailed explanation of all the elements of the crime. So if anybody's interested, this is how you can find out what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Any further comments or questions from the public? Seeing no further seeing no further announcements or comments from members of the public, we'll go ahead and move on to the next section of the agenda, which is matters before the DC Council. And the first resolution up under this section is belongs to Commissioner Youngstone. So Commissioner Youngstone, I'll go ahead and yield the floor to you.
Yeah, so this regards a resolution that was actually passed last meeting. And I received some feedback from someone at GW that there was a factual error in it. So this is basically just correcting that factual error. I stated in the original resolution that GW had specifically received a memo regarding DEI programs. This was a memo that was instead issued to all institutions that receive federal funding, with GW simply being one of many institutions in that category. So yeah, it's basically just a factual correction. I don't think there's going to be anything controversial about this, but I'll go ahead and move it. And if anyone has any questions or comments, let me know.
Chair Patel is going to serve as second of record. As Commissioner Youngstone has echoed, are there any questions or comments for Commissioner Youngstone on this resolution? Right. Seeing no questions or comments from colleagues, if you're a member of the public and you have a question or a comment about this resolution, please raise your hand and we'll go ahead and promote you as a panelist. Seeing no further questions or comments on this, I'll go ahead and call for a vote on this by division of the House, starting in numerical order. Commissioner Capo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Chairperson Patel is a yes.
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 Okay, a resolution passes with unanimous consent 4-0. Moving on to the next resolution on the agenda. There are two resolutions. Both of them are under Commissioner Malik. Commissioner Malik, the floor is yours for your first one.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. So the first resolution that I'm bringing forward tonight is titled A Resolution on Public Notice and Unscheduled Encampment Clearings in and around Washington Circle. Shortly after the Trump administration announced its plan to take over MPD, one of its first actions was to target our city's unhoused residents. And one of the biggest examples of that occurred in my district, as well as in Commissioner Youngstone's district, when the tents in and around Washington Circle were cleared. That occurred on Friday, August 15th. Now, before I go any further introducing this resolution, I want to be clear that this resolution does not take a position on the issue of encampments or tents in public spaces. It does not argue that tents can never or should never be removed. It's a debate for a different day. What this resolution does is detail the timeline and the sequence of events leading up to those August 15th clearings. It then asks Mayor Bowser's administration a series of questions about how, when, and by whom the decision was made to move forward, including questions pertaining to whether or not the clearings were conducted legally and in accordance with DC regulations. So let me give you a quick overview of what happened. On August 8th, notice was posted that the tents in question would be cleared on August 18th, 10 days later. That aligns with the district's protocol on encampment removals, which requires 7 days notice in non-emergency scenarios. But on the evening of August 14th, an array of law enforcement officers showed up at Washington Circle with the intent to remove the tents, despite the posted removal date. So after some back and forth with advocates for the unhoused, those law enforcement officials eventually left and no tents were removed. But on the morning of the 15th, law enforcement came back to the site and proceeded with the unscheduled removal. So, in my opinion, we as residents of the district have a right to know the following. 1, who is making decisions about how our law enforcement and public works agencies are being utilized? 2, specifically what entities are carrying out law enforcement actions in our community? And 3, whether or not the actions taken are in accordance with our laws, regulations, and protocols. Whatever your view on tents in public spaces is, I think we all agree that our unhoused neighbors deserve to be treated with dignity and respect. Giving them a deadline and then destroying their property 3 days ahead of that deadline, it is frankly cruel. So this resolution asks a series of 10 questions aiming to gather information about which local and federal agencies were involved, which federal or district officials authorized the unscheduled clearings, and why the posted date of August 18th was ignored. It does also go into some more granular detail than that. And while I'm not going to go through each of the line items in detail in the interest of time, I'm happy to answer any questions from my colleagues or the public about why I'm bringing this forward, what information it's seeking, and what the purpose of that is. So I will yield back.
Thank you, Commissioner Malik. So you are moving this item, correct?
Yes.
Did you move it already? I had to step away, so I just want to make sure I'm following the procedures. Did you move it already, or you have yet to move it?
I have not, but I will motion for approval of this resolution.
Okay.
I will second.
Okay. Discussion can go ahead and start. Questions or comments from colleagues about this resolution?
Chairperson, actually, I have to chime back in because I realized that there is one slight change to this beyond what was presented to the public and to colleagues earlier. I added Exhibit A at the end of the document, which is just a photo of the sign posted on 8/8/25.
Okay. So since you made the change, since it was posted, so by law, you would just have to scroll down and just show the public through your screen. Executive Director Shellis, could you allow Commissioner Malik to share his screen so that we meet the legal guidelines?
Or can she also just scroll down? It's in the document that she has up.
Okay, I wasn't aware. Okay, can you scroll down to that section so that we can all see it, please?
No.
Wait, no, go back down. And if you could indulge me, just because I know this part isn't able to be viewed by the public. What is important about this exhibit that you needed to add it so that there's context to why the public, like to provide some context to the public why it was added?
Sure. No problem. So in the first whereas clause, I lay out the date of the posting, which was August 8th, and then the date of the declared removal or the cleaning, which was August 18th. And I just wanted to back that factual statement up with actual evidence that those were the posted dates. And I was able to get this picture of the sign. So I thought it would be a good thing to include just as evidence of that being factually correct.
Okay, no, thank you for that explanation, Commissioner Malik. I do have a comment. It's not a question, and I guess the comment is, which we have heard from our local agency partners, which is very frustrating for us as ANC commissioners. And I've been hearing the sentiment. It seems like our local agency partners are following the rules that they've laid out for themselves and going by what the mayor has dictated and outlined as this is a conscious practice. We're doing this. And sadly, it seems, and it appears our federal partners are just disregarding that. They are just ignoring these orders, which is incredibly, incredibly frustrating. And so, I have read your resolution, beforehand. And I did hear you say, this is more along the lines of like a humanitarian aspect, like we're just echoing like how this has been handled is completely awful. Is this being addressed to our local partners, or is this being addressed to Delegate Norton is my question.
Sure, happy to answer that. So I've addressed this officially to Mayor Bowser because I think that the questions are aimed at Mayor Bowser's administration. She/her administration is in the best position to answer them. What I hope that we get from this in terms of actionable information is a detailed recounting of how these decisions were made and by whom, and who participated or who didn't participate. So it may be true, as you stated, I think it probably is true, that federal law enforcement entities came into DC, decided they wanted to target our most vulnerable residents, ignored the postings, ignored our laws, ignored our protocols. But I want to know the extent to which our executive branch knew about that. I want to know if there was any coordination with the executive branch. I want to know what communication occurred between our executive and our legislative branch. One of the questions has to do with whether or not Ward 2 Councilmember Pinto was informed about the initial appearance of law enforcement on the 14th, if she was informed that they would be coming back on the 15th. I think it's important for us to have a detailed accounting of how this happened, so that for one thing, so that we know if we need to hold anyone in our government accountable for these actions. Right now, we don't know who made these decisions. We don't know who decided to ignore the August 18th deadline. We don't know who actually cleared the tents. We don't know what happened to the property. We don't know how this has affected the people who were removed from the places that they were living. So I hope that we get a significant amount of information from this, and I hope that that informs us to ask better questions moving forward. We're staring down the barrel of another emergency declaration, and I think we as a community have a right to know how our mayor, how that administration is responding to these federal incursions.
No, and thank you for indulging my questions on this. And so I have one more, and I'm not doing this to be a needler or anything like that. I guess I would just want to make sure to manage the expectations, not only of the public, but even as ourselves. The way I am looking at it, the way other ANC colleagues are looking at this, as we are, hitting resolution after resolution after resolution, we are creating the record of insistence and saying, you know what, we are not being silent on the treatment of our neighbors, and especially our more vulnerable neighbors. We are managing a lot of our expectations on a lot of these resolutions that, they will not be responded to. They've been received. I've gotten the receipts, acknowledgments from our federal partners. But I also do know that there is this reticence and, frustrating one of our partners responding to us on the record about this. It is not their call. I know that. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is, could you be satisfied with, obviously we would not be satisfied, but, would it be enough for you to just know that this was written and knowing, sadly and reluctantly, that most likely will not get a response?
It's a really valid point that you make, Chairperson. We don't have great weight when we're submitting an unsolicited resolution to something. The legal principle of great weight does not exist in this scenario. At the same time,
Do it in the middle.
I think I've laid out, what is a pretty compelling case for the idea that the district's protocols were not followed. And, what I would say is that it's a choice to not respond to a resolution like this. And I think that that is informative for the community and for the voters of the district to know that the mayor's administration had an opportunity to answer some of these reasonable questions and chose not to do that. Will I be satisfied if I don't get a response? No. Do I fully expect that I'm going to get all the information that I want on each of these bullet points? No, but I hope that the mayor will show this commission enough respect to do the best they can to provide substantive responses where it is possible.
Okay. All right. Thank you for indulging the last question. And the only reason why is, commission colleagues around the city and we are all trying to manage expectations on our resolutions but we are also committed to not stopping on producing these resolutions because of the premise, like you said, we want to be very intentional in showing that there are leaders out here who are doing this work and are willing to do it while some of the other leaders are not, or not being responsive. So that's all I wanted to know. So I have no further questions. I'm going to go turn to members of the public to see if they have any questions or comments for your resolution, Commissioner. If you have I'm sorry, Commissioner
Sorry,
Youngstown.
I wanted to comment. I just wanted to thank Jim for bringing this forward. I think it's horrible the way this was handled, and I would love to hear at least some sort of response from responsible parties on it. And if they don't get back to us, that's fine. I think we should at least be on the record saying that this is unacceptable and we want answers.
Thank you, Commissioner Youngstown. If you're a member of the public and you have any questions or comments about this resolution from Commissioner Malik, please go ahead and raise your hand. We'll promote you to a panelist. Okay. Seeing no questions or comments from any members of the public, I'm going to go ahead and call the question. Seeing no further questions or comments from colleagues, I'm going to go ahead and call this matter to vote. We're going to go ahead and do this by division of the House, starting in numerical order.
Yes.
Chairperson Patel is yes.
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 Okay, resolution passes 4-0-0. Next item up is a resolution also authored by Commissioner Malik. Please go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, and thank you, colleagues, for your support on that. Chairperson Patel, a moment ago, you talked about the principle of great weight and that we need to manage expectations, and I think that is certainly true about the resolution that I am about to present. I just want to be very clear up front. This is really about drawing a line in the sand. So this resolution is a condemnation of the removal of the Lafayette Park Peace Vigils tent, which occurred on September 5th. So I'll give everyone the rundown of what happened here. On September 5th, a White House correspondent from a right-wing news outlet called Real America's Voice asked the president about the long-running peace vigil in front of the White House in Lafayette Park. This is located in RANC, referring to it as anti-American and anti-Trump. 2 days later, U.S. Park Police removed a tent that was being used by the vigil for shelter and shade. As I note in the resolution, this peace vigil, which I'm sure everyone listening to this meeting, or attending this meeting, has seen, has been in operation 24 hours a day for the past 44 years, making it widely regarded as the longest running continuous political protest in U.S. history. So let's be clear about one thing. NPS regulations prohibit structures in Lafayette Park, and those regulations clearly define tents as structures. So the Park Police may have been acting within its legal authority to remove the tent. But it didn't have to. In fact, 8 previous presidential administrations, including the first Trump administration, chose to refrain from interfering with the vigil or disturbing its property. They understood, or at least 7 of them did, that the right to free expression in the public square is the essence and the epitome of what makes America great. Now, after 44 years, that precedent of non-interference has been broken. And I think we all know it's not because a little blue tent suddenly started posing a health or safety concern. So, what does this resolution do? First, it condemns the removal of the tent. Second, it expresses our affirmation as the commission, where this is located, of the vigil's right to continuous protest. 3, it opposes any further disturbance to the vigil's First Amendment activity at that location. And lastly, it calls upon our congressional delegate, our council members, and Mayor Bowser to intercede should there be any further attempts to curtail protest activity at this location. Like I said at the top, I'm well aware that the ANC and even our city's elected officials in this case have little leverage here. But in this moment, when the very concept of free speech is under attack, and I don't know if everyone who's at this meeting knows this, Jimmy Kimmel was just canceled hours ago at the behest of the FCC. It seems like for his comments on following Charlie Kirk's tragic murder. We are in a moment when this fundamental American value and principle is being challenged and being undermined. So, I don't think we're going to get a response to this resolution, but I do think it's important that we draw a line in the sand and do whatever we can to stand up for our values and for our principles and say, we are not going to just stand idly by while these core values are assaulted.
Thank you for your explanation, Commissioner Malik. Are you moving this item?
Yes, I'll move this resolution for approval.
Okay.
I will second it.
Okay, it has been moved by Commissioner Malik. It has been seconded by Vice Chairperson DeCapo. Are there any further questions or comments from colleagues before I make my comment?
Chairperson, we have a couple of minor changes, and I apologize for not highlighting these at the outset. They're super minor.
Okay.
So
Could you actually physically highlight them for the public? Yeah, just if it's changed after presentation,
yeah,
we have to, by law, we have to show them that.
yes. So in the fourth whereas clause, after the vigil has been maintained 24 hours a day by rotating volunteers for more than 440 years, the following clause was added: relocating only when logistically required for major events such as the presidential inauguration. This is to clarify that there are instances in which the vigil has been required to move from its location where it normally is, but that these are content neutral decisions that are made for necessary logistical or operations reasons. Like, you can't have it there during the inauguration because there's structures that go up, there's a ton of security there, so it moves and then it comes back. It has nothing to do with what's on the signs or what the president thinks about if it's offensive. So that was added. And then actually, I think that is the only change.
Okay, Commissioner. Thank you for pointing that out. The only, once again, just kind of, which you amplified and recognized is while I think the sentiment is we didn't like what happened, I think the government, everybody will be able to point to this was always against the rules, but no one ever enforced it. And I'm not happy about that. I want to make that clear. I'm not happy that, that this rule always existed. And, similar to yourself, I do question the timing of the enforcement of this issue. And, while we can condemn it, and I just, I mean, it's not even to be like a needler on this. I think my only concern is that anybody who reads this, which you acknowledge, you acknowledge that this is in fact it is law that they couldn't have the tent there, but 44 years, every president has chosen to not enforce it. And and that's just my only concern with this resolution. I mean, sadly, it's going to be one where they're going to be like, okay, they don't like it, which I'm fine to be on record about not liking it and condemning the actions of it. It's once again, managing the expectations of our our electeds that are higher up the food chain than us on this matter. So that's all I just wanted to say. Vice Chairperson DeCapo, did you want to make a comment? I think I saw you raise your hand.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I support this resolution. Jim, thanks for bringing it up. Also, thanks for adding the clarification I suggested over the presidential inauguration removal. I just like to say, before I moved to DC, I came to DC twice. The first time was actually in front of the White House with my family, and the current volunteer there was angry at my mother for standing in front of her and blocking her unobstructed view of the White House, and sort of bonked her on the head with a sign, which is maybe one of the funniest things I've ever seen. But also just actually going up to her as like this 13-year-old kid and talking to her was quite interesting. She had been there for years and years. She had immigrated from Spain. So it was really interesting to talk to her. And it sort of gave me, like, even though at the time I had very different politics than her, it was very, what's the word I'm looking for? I was just glad to see somebody who was truly standing up for what this is the epitome of free speech, is what I thought of it, basically. And now to see that sort of being taken away is sort of not exactly, but taken away. But, you know, they're making it a bit harder for these people to express what they want. And, you know, even though obviously everybody that will see this will be like, yeah, more or less agree that, or the people that don't agree, or I don't know, we'll just throw it in the trash and disregard it. But yeah, I think it's good to be on the record about this. It's in our ANC. It is sort of what I would consider it kind of a cornerstone of the ANC 2A lore, if you will. But yeah, so that's all I have. I support the resolution. Jim, thanks for bringing it up, and hopefully this nonsense ends sooner rather than later.
Thank you. And thank you, Chairperson, for your comments as well. I really appreciate that.
All right. Any further questions or comments from colleagues before I turn to a member of the public for a question or comment? Seeing no further question or comment from colleagues, if you're a member of the public that has a question or comment about this resolution for Commissioner Malek, please raise your hand and you will be promoted. And *9 if you are on the participating by phone. Okay. Seeing no further questions or comments, I'll go ahead and call the question on this matter. We'll go ahead and vote on this by division of the House, starting in numerical order.
Yes.
Commissioner Patel is a yes.
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 Okay, resolution passes. Vote is 4-0-0. I am going to take a momentary break in the agenda. Our Ward 2 Moker is here. Tadai Abila. Tadai, if you can raise your hand, we'll go ahead and promote you so you can go ahead and give the Moker update.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I appreciate your flexibility. Sorry I don't have my camera on this evening. I'm just getting out of class and just kind of getting situated, but I wanted to take a moment just to hop on this call to provide just a quick recent update regarding the federal agencies in DC after the presidential emergency. So federal agents and officers have always had the opportunity to stop individuals and make arrests in the district, and that will remain unchanged. The mayor's recent order outlined strategic partnerships with federal agencies to support public safety in Washington, D.C. What has changed now that the presidential emergency has ended is a requirement under the homeroom charter that the DC mayor provide Metropolitan Police Department services at the president's request for federal purposes during the emergency. MPD will continue collaborating with our federal partners, excluding ICE, Homeland Security, and the National Guard, just as we always have, focusing on strategic public safety driven efforts. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear and reiterated. The mayor has been a huge support and advocate for the community, and has also expressed when working with our federal government, our federal agencies, removal of the mask, identifying themselves. Unfortunately, that is beyond our control, but she has definitely advocated in support of making sure that those steps and procedures are taking place. So I just also wanted to make that clear as well. And that is one of the major announcements that I had, and more so focus for this evening's meeting. And definitely welcome to take any questions that you all have in regards to the emergency itself, or any other questions outside of that may be impacting the community.
Thank you, Ty. I do have some questions and comments for you, but before I go into mine, I'll yield the floor to my colleagues. Colleagues, do you have any questions or comments for the mayor's team? Vice Chairperson DeCapo, please, you're recognized.
Thank you. My one question, you mentioned a list of federal law enforcement agencies that MPD will not be working with. Which ones will MPD be working with?
So that will continue to be the National Park Police, Secret Service. I can go ahead and provide the full list of the agencies which we'll continue to work alongside with. I can't think of all of them off top, but I'll go ahead and provide that. But I know the partners that we were working with during the emergency that we won't moving forward, again, will be ICE, Homeland Security, and the National Guard. So still working alongside NPS, still working alongside the U.S. Secret Service, and et cetera. But I'll go ahead and make sure I provide that list to you all.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Colleagues, any further questions before I go into mine? Okay, Ty, thank you for making it a point to show up tonight. I think today was just the wonkiest day for the Mokers and being able to get a representative here. So I do appreciate you hopping on after an incredibly long day. As you can see, ANC2A has been weighing in heavily around the federal occupation. Our residents have very deep concerns. As you can see, the entirety of our resolutions tonight are around how our federal partners are interacting with our local partners, or dealing with our local agencies. And as you can see, we are utilizing our great weight to express our displeasure with a lot of it. You were not here earlier, but I did have a question for MPD about, seeing the National Guard walking around ANC2A with military grade weapons. I mean, on 2 different nights this week, the National Guard has been walking around ANC2A with AK-47s. This does not make residents feel good. It doesn't make them feel safe. It feels like an attack it's terrorism committed by entities that are supposed to protect us. Residents are seeing their city literally becoming militarized, and the federal partners are literally, we're hearing story after story of people being abused, harassed, bullied, and there's this sense of anger and frustration that is building with residents, because they're just feeling like there is no one that is acknowledging the pain that this is on residents. With all due respect, our mayor has a security detail. She has a security detail. Her sense of safety is not being threatened the same way as the residents we represent and us. I'm a brown immigrant woman, and I've actually been told and informed to not walk home from work anymore. Make sure I carry my ANC badge just to prove I'm an elected official, so that if I do get profiled, like get stopped because I'm profiled because I, you know, I look for it. And these are real everyday threats that we are all dealing with. And I know like no one is happy at the council about this. Like we've had town halls from Robert White, council members Parker and Nadeau have really stepped up to the plate trying to protect residents and trying to get information, as well as council member Allen. And I think, my question is like, how is the mayor going to mitigate some of these threats that are beyond her control to keep us safe? Because, hearing from MPD, well, the National Guard doesn't have to inform us or tell us what to do. And my residents have made it very clear they don't want the guard in our neighborhood. Like they don't want them here. So I don't know if you're able to answer that, Ty, but I just at least wanted to be on record about it. Thank you.
Thank you for your question and sharing all of those sentiments, Chairperson Patel. And pretty much in terms of what MPD provided in terms of their response, and then also part on what you shared as well. Unfortunately, there is certain elements of this partnership which is beyond the control of which DC government can oversee or have say in. But I will take your specific question to our leadership team and to connect with them for a response to see how best we can work together collaboratively, at least especially while we're in this season working alongside our federal agencies, and how we can work towards mitigating those threats that seem to be beyond repair, beyond our control. So I have taken every note that you had just mentioned and also your question. I'll share that with our leadership team to get a response, and I'll circle back with you. But unfortunately, I don't have anything outside or other than that to share at this time.
Thank you, Ty. I know right now it's pretty tough and rough, but I got to ask the questions and put it out there. Colleagues, before I turn to a member of the public, did you have any questions or comments before I turn to members of the public? Okay, seeing no further questions or comments from colleagues, if you're a member of the public and you have a question for our mayor's representative, please raise your hand and we'll promote you so that you can ask the question. All right. Seeing no further questions or comments from members of the public, no further questions or comments from colleagues. Ty, thank you again for hopping on to our ANC meeting after an incredibly long day. We appreciate your service.
The pleasure is mine as always. And thank you again, everyone, for your flexibility. I greatly appreciate it.
All right, returning to the agenda, there are 4 resolutions that I have authored, all of them around the federal occupation. The first one is a resolution that is condemning extended federal law enforcement coordination. If Edie Shellis, if you could share your screen so that members of the public can review it. I have made no changes to this. And this is addressed to the mayor. And part of one of the reasons why I was asking the questions that I did ask to our MOCR is this resolution basically says that we don't want our local law enforcement, which is MPD, to continue working with federal law enforcement and coordinating that with them, any longer or any further than what they have to do. And so if you scroll down, it basically talks about that, Attorney General Brian Schwab has filed a lawsuit, about like continuing to have the National Guard here. And, basically, the mayor has stated that, she, like community advocates have literally said, like, we don't want this. This does not make us feel safer. And so basically, I basically say ANC2A condemns, like the extension of this coordination. And if you keep scrolling down, Edie Shellis, and it basically states that we have very specific action items that we'd like to take for the mayor to take. And if you could blow up the screen a little bit, because I have glasses and my eyes are already squinting, trying to read it. I'm happy to kind of read out the 4 action items that we, as an ANC commission, are requesting from our mayor. End any ongoing federal coordination immediately unless explicitly directed by Congress. Reaffirm and restore full operational control and autonomy to the Metropolitan Police Department under local authority. Support and respect of legal action and advocacy efforts challenging unlawful federal overreach and restoring DC's home rule. And then, last but not least, which is what the public has been screaming for over and over again, is to commit publicly to transparent policing based solely on local authority and responsive to community oversight and not federal command. And so I am, felt it was very important to be on record saying that, we don't want outside police presence coming in here in our city, frankly, terrorizing residents all over the city into, intimidation. Like this is a surreal time. This is, as Councilmember Robert White keeps saying, like these are unprecedented times. And in these unprecedented times, like we have to use all the weapons that we have in our arsenal. And as ANC commissioners, the only thing we can do is put things out with our great weight. This is being directed to the mayor. And if you scroll down a little bit more, Edie Shellis, as you can see, it will be the entire council will get a copy, as well as AG Brian Schwab, Chief of Police Chief Pamela Smith. I believe this is directed, I think, to Delegate Holmes Norton. I can't remember if that's who it's going to. I've been in writing mode, but that is the brief and dirty of this resolution. So I am moving this resolution, and I'm calling for a second of record.
Second.
Vice Chairperson DeCapo, if you don't mind, I will yield this second of record to Commissioner Malik. You always serve as a second record, but it's very rare that Commissioner Malik serves as a second of record. So thank you, Commissioner Malik. So I've provided a brief explanation. If there are questions or comments from colleagues, I will do my best to address them. Okay, seeing no questions or comments from colleagues on this resolution, I will turn to members of the public. If you're a member of the public and you have a question or comment about this resolution, please raise your hand and we'll go ahead and recognize you. Okay, I'm seeing no questions or comments from members of the public on this resolution. I'm going to go ahead and call the question, and we will go ahead and do the vote by the division of the House, starting in numerical order.
Yes.
Chairperson Patel, yes.
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 Resolution passes 4-0-0. The next resolution up that is also under me is regarding the federal law enforcement identification standards. This is being addressed to Delegate Holmes Norton. I am not the original author of this resolution. I was not the original author of the previous resolution. This was originally authored by Chairperson Miguel Duramo. Chairperson Miguel Trindade Duramo, Chairperson of ANC. I believe it's 1B he is the chair of. And this is a resolution in response to residents and echoing concerns about when they're seeing law enforcement that they are wearing vests that do not have any identification on them. They just basically say like this is police or like a federal agent. And by law, law enforcement is to wear anything that identifies specifically what agency they're with. They are supposed to also have items that disclose like literally their badge number, a name. So should someone want to file a complaint with the agency, they know which agency to file it with and who the person they're filing the complaint with. Another disturbing trend that residents have reported back is law enforcement wearing masks, like either surgical mask or completely wearing like ski masks where you can't even see any of their faces. And so this was a visceral response. Edie Shellis, if you could go ahead and move down a little bit. It's it's basically a visceral response to the bullying and harassment that many of our residents who are very vulnerable. Many of the residents that have been targeted have been youth specifically, immigrant workers, and African American workers as they're going to and from work. And so if we go ahead and scroll further down, it's basically the therefore be it resolved clause is it basically says that, like they call on the mayor and the deputy mayor of public safety and justice that, we need to hold our federal partners accountable, that we cannot have this continue. And so there has been some push about this. It's also calling and echoing for the attorney general to intervene in a way that says, partners, you have to be ethical and responsible. You can't do this. And so it just states, many different conditions about like respecting District of Columbia Home Rule Act. And, it's just basically saying, if you're going to be, part of, this surge here, you have to be, residents have to basically be able to know who they're dealing with and be able to file a complaint. And, and basically this was for myself, a no-brainer. As many of you know, I am a tipped worker. I work with very, very vulnerable populations. I am getting pulled aside at work, being told stories of, people in the industry being bullied and harassed. They're getting stopped. They're asking me what they can do, how to, and the only thing I can reiterate to them is to stay as calm as possible, to, to not be agitative or disrespectful to law enforcement. Unfortunately, we did not have the UDC Know Your Rights presentation, but a lot of that Know Your Rights presentation was around a lot of what is highly amplified in this resolution, with law enforcement partners not being transparent about who they are. And so that is the reason and purpose for this resolution. So I am going to go ahead and take any questions or comments around this. I don't remember if I have moved it. I apologize. I'm really tired. But if I've not moved it, I am moving it, and I'm calling for a second of record.
Seconded.
Okay, moved by Chair Patel, seconded by Vice Chairperson DeCapo. Colleagues, do I have any questions or comments about this resolution? Commissioner Malik?
Yeah, I just so briefly, this is a great resolution. Thank you for bringing it forward. It's an important issue. I think it's insane that we're in a place in society where we have to be dealing with this stuff, but we do, and I'm glad that we are. And again, I'm glad that we're drawing a line in the sand and standing by our values on this stuff. So happy to support this.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Malik. Any further questions or comments from colleagues before I turn to members of the public to get public comment on this? If you're a member of the public and want to comment on this resolution, please raise your hand and we will promote you. Okay, seeing no further questions or comments from members of the public, seeing no further questions or comments from colleagues, I'm going to go ahead and call the question. We'll go ahead and do the vote by division of the House, and we will go ahead and do this in numerical order.
Yes.
Chairperson Patel is a yes.
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 Okay, resolution passes 400. Next resolution up for consideration. It is the response to the DC National Guard. I am actually not the author of this resolution. This is, well, I did author the resolution, but the majority of the resolution did come from an all ANC letter that was crafted by ANC 2G colleague, Commissioner Howard Garrett, who is present tonight. And so with his permission, I did craft this as an ANC resolution. And basically, Commissioner Garrett has basically stated to the National Guard that we respectfully decline your presence and offer. The DC National Guard sent a letter to ANC commissioners on Monday, September 8th, I believe that was the date, saying that, hi, we are willing to come into your neighborhood for beautification projects. And it didn't land very well with many ANC commissioners. In fact, it stirred a lot of anxiety and a lot of questioning of why do you want to do this? Commissioners, Peter Wood has also been very vocal about this. He was on, I believe, WTOP radio and stated that we don't need a military force to come into our neighborhoods, and we don't want this presence normalized. As many of you have heard earlier in the evening, I have stated that I have seen the National Guard walking around ANC 2A carrying AK-47s. I don't want the National Guard, trying to beautify my park in ANC 2A and, have a AK-47 slung over their back. It doesn't make people feel safe. We have local and federal government partners that are tasked to do this. They are tasked to do this at a much cheaper rate. If anything, if there is an appetite to hold, beautification standards up to par, then the federal government needs to stop underfunding National Park Service, as Commissioner Comer and, many of us have federal land in our SMDs, and they're not even maintaining that up to par, where they're constantly calling NPS saying, like, we need you to mow the grass, we need you to do the upkeep. And, for our one federal partner who is not doing their job to call in a different federal partner that is not qualified or trained to do this, I think is, as colloquially as was said in a meeting, this is a Trojan horse tactic. Like, this is a way for the National Guard to kind of see who's in the neighborhood, who they can start profiling, and who can start targeting. I have received calls, emails, been pulled aside on the street, simply stating to me they don't want the National Guard anywhere near their neighborhood. They don't want them on the campus of the university. They don't want to see them walking around. And while I have told them, I said, I echo these sentiments. We have no control, but we are able to at least, firmly and eloquently, but unapologetically push back against the DC National Guard and say, due to all these reasons, we don't want you here. And so, Commissioner Garrett's letter was an extremely thoughtful, well-written letter. With his permission, I turned it into a resolution. It has been shared with him. He is here tonight. So, if if he would like to also be promoted to co-panelist, all he has to do is raise his hand. I'm more than happy to have him up here to address questions and concerns about this resolution. So that is why I've presented this resolution. It is, due to the thoughtfulness of Commissioner Garrett. So I am going to go ahead and move this resolution, and I'm going to call for a second of record.
Second.
Okay. My resolution has been moved by Chair Patel. It has been seconded by Commissioner Malik, and Commissioner Garrett, you have been promoted to panelist. So please feel free to chime in. As always, I'm very appreciative of your work.
Thank you, Chairwoman Patel. I have no further comments. I think you've covered everything. One thing that I did want to continue to put in residents' faces when it comes to the original purpose and responsibility of what the National Guard is supposed to do for our country, and that is to not pick not do landscape maintenance. That is not their responsibility. And I think another, I hate to say this, like slap in the face to our residents, is many of these National Guardsmen are they're residents within our city. And I think it gets confusing when we see residents in their uniform picking up trash, beautifying parks. And then 2 seconds ago, on the way to beautify parks, we see them with AK-47s at our metro station. Like it does, that's a lot of mental taxing things for our community. It's confusing. And I think that if we are wanting to move forward and get out of this politicized moment, we need to fund the we need to fund the organizations. We need to fund the agencies that are meant to do that job. And if we do have systemic issues as to our parks upkeep, this just gives us an opportunity to band together as commissioners to make sure that that work is being done. But in this moment, I don't think this is a smart time to do it. These issues have not just popped up during this federal takeover. These issues have been here long standing. And so we need to look for a way forward, and not only for a way forward, but long term solutions for not only federal parks, but also our city parks as well, in all 8 wards to get the service and attention that they need. So this was the whole mindset behind this letter that I drafted, was to basically state that our National Guardsmen deserve better. They're here fighting for our country. They're here taking time away from their family. But most importantly, they're in our community as day-to-day residents, and we should not disvalue who they are in their service to our community by lowering ourselves to meet the political agenda of the current administration. Thank you so much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Garrett, for your comments. Colleagues, if you have any questions or comments for myself or Commissioner Garrett, I'll go ahead and recognize you. Commissioner Malik, please, you're recognized.
Thanks. Maybe I'm cynical, but I saw this email as an attempt to co-opt local officials and leaders into supporting the Trump administration's authoritarian encroachment on our city. And, I believe that it's our obligation to resist, not assist with those actions. So I thought it was really appalling that we were even made this offer. I'm in full support of this resolution. I don't think any of us should cooperate with any aspect of what this administration is doing in our city.
Any further questions or comments from colleagues before I turn to members of the public on this? Commissioner Garrett, please, you're recognized.
So sorry. Outside of this, so sorry, Commissioner. I also wanted to mention, outside of this resolution, there is, just for you commissioners, the community may not know, if you have not signed on to the letter that is going out, that will be going out, please sign on to it. I would greatly appreciate it. Outside of voting for this a resolution that the chairwoman has put forward, there is a letter that I drafted that if you have not signed on to it, I do ask that you do so.
Thank you, Commissioner Garrett. Any further questions or comments from colleagues before I go ahead and turn to members of the public on this. Oh, Vice Chairperson DeCapo, please go ahead.
Yeah, just real quick, I wanted to thank you, Commissioner Patel and Commissioner Garrett, for bringing this up. I obviously support it. I hadn't seen a lot of National Guard in Foggy Bottom until quite recently. I was walking back from Georgetown after getting my clothes tailored today and saw about 10 of them just standing around outside of GW Hospital. And, I didn't see any semi-automatics. I only saw the pistols, which, but marginally better, but still not great. And they were just, like I've said in the last meeting, these are regular neighbors and working class people. So don't, like Commissioner Garrett said, do not lower yourself to meet this terrible political moment and berate them. They're probably just as annoyed to be here out there doing that as you are annoyed to see them. But yeah, it is concerning. And it's really good that we're taking a stand against this. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any further questions or comments from colleagues before I turn to members of the public on this? Seeing no further questions or comments from colleagues, if you're a member of the public and you want to pose a question or make a comment, please raise your hand and we'll recognize you. Seeing no further questions or comments from members of the public, seeing no further questions or comments from colleagues, I am going to go ahead and call the question. I'm going to go ahead and call the vote by division of the House, going in numerical order.
Yes.
Chair Patel is a yes.
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 All right, motion passes 4-0-0. Commissioner Garrett, once again, I want to thank you for allowing me to take your letter and craft it into an ANC resolution. And I hope you're able to take this resolution and improve upon it, perfect it, and I hope you pass it in your own commission as well.
Thank you. I look forward to continuing the work of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to the last item under this section. This is a resolution for consideration urging Congress to oppose the U.S. House Committee on Oversight and Accountability's 16 bills that are rolling back DC self-governance. This resolution is authored by Chairperson Brian Footer of 1E. He put it together very, very quickly. His ANC commission, I believe, is weighing on it this week. It seems all of us are weighing on all of these bills, resolutions this week. But it basically talks about how they advanced a package of 16 bills, and Chairperson Footer built an appendix in his resolution that goes straight to all of the bills. But basically, he basically talks about some of these bills really impact our public safety policies, criminal justice policies. And so it's basically eviscerating a lot of different protections. Commissioner Groth talked about hey, they want to take away the no right on red, right turn on red restrictions, and for members of the public, some of these things may sound really, really ridiculous and silly, but for many of us as elected officials, it's about feeling like we're being treated like children and we don't know what we want and what we are doing. And Congress and the president is acting like the parents and we just don't know what we're doing. We can't think for ourselves. It also talks about the attempted removal of our, duly elected attorney general, who is Brian Schwab, who has been protecting and defending residents always, but has really stepped up and is the one elected official that I can trust at this moment in time to get us through this crisis, as he is using every weapon in his arsenal and using the law to protect the residents of DC. So I just want to make sure that our Attorney General is recognized for his work. And so it basically goes on to, break down saying, you know what, like, you're removing crucial checks and balances. You're eroding like the DC Home Rule Act. If you could go further down, Edie Shellis, that would be amenable. And so basically it just talks about that none of this is good for the DC residents. It basically, like, these bills, like, basically are eviscerating any kind of guardrails, and it is escalating the federal interference. And many of us have already stated, for the record, as commissioners, our residents and our neighbors have been talking about this, that we do not want to see a further escalation of federal interference. If anything, we want it to be eviscerated. We want it to be gone. And so we basically are saying that, as a local DC government body, that we are opposing this package of bills. And if you could keep going down, and it basically just keeps going on, and so basically I think what's important is the last two further be it resolved clause. Is it basically says ANC 2A reaffirms the right of Washington DC's more than 700,000 residents to make their own decisions about their own community without partisan interference from Congress. I thought that was extremely important. And then the last one is that we are calling on our mayor, the DC Council, and the AG to continue the opposition of these bills publicly, and to defend the principle of home rule as the foundation, as it's foundational to the district's future, which means that we want to see the mayor, the council members going to the Hill and saying, you can't do this. This is not on our watch. The letter is it is directed to Delegate Holmes Norton, as you can see, like the CCs are to the Senate Majority Leader, the Senate Minority Leader, the Speaker of the House, and the House Minority Leader, as well as to our entire DC local officials, if you want to go a little bit further down. So the mayor, the deputy mayor for health, the deputy mayor for public safety and justice, AG Brian Schwab, and then the entire DC Council. And so this is the last resolution for this meeting. I do know that there are more bills coming down the pike. We are responding in real time to a lot of this. And so we have accepted, many of the ANCs in this city have accepted that we are going to be resolution heavy for as long as we need to be vocal and, creating a record of insistence and, saying we are not accepting any of this with obedience. We are being, respectfully disobedient, if that is even a way to be, but this is respectful disobedience, as I want to term it. So I am moving this resolution, and I'm requesting a second of record.
I'll second it. Oh, Jim, you can have
The
it.
vice chair can have it.
Okay, I'll let you two fight it out. Who would like to be the second of record? Because you both said it at the same time.
I already have two, so I'll let the vice chair take it.
All
Okay.
right, I'll take this one.
Okay, resolution has been moved by Chair Patel. It has been seconded by Vice Chairperson DeCapo. Are there any comments or questions about this resolution from colleagues? Okay, seeing no questions or comments from colleagues about this bill. If you're a member of the public and you have a question or comment about this resolution, please raise your hand and we will promote you to panelist. Okay, seeing no further questions or comments from members of the public on the matter, seeing no further questions or comments from colleagues on this, I'm going to go ahead and call the question. We will go ahead and vote on this through division of the House, and we will go in numerical order.
Yes.
Chairperson Patel is a yes.
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 Okay, resolution passes 400, and this ends this section. We are going on to the next section, which is matters before Public Safety Committee. This is, I am actually going to let you run this section, Vice Chairperson DeCapo. This is the Army 10 miler. They have to make a presentation before us. If you are here from the Army 10 miler, please raise your hand and we're going to go ahead and promote you. Okay. We do not seem to have anybody here from the Army 10 miler. Vice Chairperson DeCapo, if you want to briefly explain the Army 10 miler, I will go ahead and let you take the lead on that.
Yes. Let me pull this up real quick.
And Edie Shellis, if you could go ahead and bring up the presentation so that we can quickly show the public. I do know that we did drop the presentation for the public, but that way if members of the public needed to see a particular slide, it could go ahead and be up already.
I actually
Yeah,
only, I'm sorry, Commissioner DeCapo. I only posted the map of the route. We never received a presentation from them.
Okay, you know what? Could you go ahead and share your screen for the map?
Yes.
that's what I was gonna say. Is I was gonna say we at least have the map that we can show people. So whenever gets pulled up. Okay. Excellent.
And could you enlarge the screen? Only because I have really old eyes and I can never see anything.
Can you move it a bit up so we can see more of the 2A? Yeah, that's great. That looks great. All right. So I believe the Army 10 miler people came to speak to us, I want to say back in May, either late spring, early summer, basically to give an overview. I thought they had a good presentation when they were here. This is I believe it's an annual event that has usually quite a bit of attendance. Obviously, as you can see from this map, starts sort of out on the northwestern-ish end, I guess you could say, of Arlington National Cemetery, goes north up towards Georgetown, through Georgetown, then down the Potomac River Freeway in Foggy Bottom, around the Lincoln Memorial, and then continues out of ANC 2A. Yeah. And I remember asking them if they were going to, what did I ask them? I think it was about bottle filling stations and making sure that bottle filling stations and first aid stations would be clearly marked for runners. And they said they are very adamant about that, of course, with safety being a top priority. Yeah. Does anybody have any questions? Once again, I am not from the Army 10 milers, so I have very limited knowledge.
No, I just simply want to reiterate this is nothing controversial. They pretty much, I'm in year 7 of being an ANC commissioner. This is just a formality that they have to go through to get, it's a step that they need to go through. And so every year they have been consistent. So, I'm pretty much very comfortable with this. So if you want to move this item,
So moved.
so moved. Chairperson Patel is going to serve as second of record. I'm starting to fade, kids. I'm really sorry. So are there any questions or comments from colleagues about this? Okay. Seeing no further questions or comments from colleagues, I'll go and turn to members of the public. If you're a member of the public and you have a question or comment about this, please raise your hand and we'll promote you. If you are participating by phone, it is *9 that you would have to do to be recognized. Seeing no further questions or comments from members of the public, seeing no further questions or comments from colleagues, I'll go ahead and call the question, and we'll go ahead and do the vote by division of the House in numerical order.
Yes.
Chair Patel is a yes.
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 All right, the resolution passes 4-0-0. Next item up on the agenda is matters before the Board of Zoning Adjustment. This is to expand an approved outdoor roof deck, and it is for the property of 1750 H Street. So if someone is here from 1750 H Street, please raise your hand and we'll go ahead and promote you. Okay, if there's no one here from 1750 H Street, I am going to request that we table this to the next meeting.
Second the motion to table.
And I am going to go ahead and call for division of the House on this. Vice Chairperson DeCapo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Chairperson Patel is a yes.
Yes.
Okay, Edie Shellis, just make sure that this item carries over into the next month's agenda, and reach out to the stakeholder and let them know that they will have to present to us next month.
Perfect. Noted.
Okay, the next item up on the agenda is a license transfer. The name of the establishment is Bourbon and More. If you are a representative for Bourbon and More, please raise your hand. We'll go ahead and promote you. Hi, you've been promoted to panelist. You'll have to take yourself off mute.
Hello, ma'am. Can you hear us?
We can hear you.
First of all, thank you, Commissioner Patel, and all the members of the commission for accepting us on this month's agenda, ma'am. My name is Amarjeet Singh, nickname is Bobby Singh, and in the picture you can see my brother.
Raul Aurora, how are you, ma'am?
I'm well. Thank you for asking, gentlemen.
Thank you, ma'am. We are in wine and spirits business in DC from last 20 years, basically near the White House corridor of 17th Street. And now we are trying to open up a location that was there on this particular address for last 40 years. They went out of business, and we are trying to open up a nice upscale neighborhood store for that area with the guidelines of the district DC law and the guidelines and blessings of the neighborhood commission, so that we can run a successful business over there. For that, we come to you to get your approval so that we can open the door for the business as quickly as possible.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen, for appearing tonight. Just so I'm going to help you out here. Can you inform my colleagues and members of the public, what are the hours of operation that you're looking to have your store?
We are trying to keep it between 10 a.m. to 10 p.m., ma'am. But if needed, we can shut down early depending upon the neighborhood demand. Or if needed, we can open late, but we prefer to keep it
No later than 10.
no later than 10 p.m.
Okay, so you're not asking for anything past 10 p.m., am I correct?
Correct.
ma'am.
Yeah, because
Okay.
it's a university dominated area as well, so you want to keep it safe.
Okay, and your opening hours are 10 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you're basically doing 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Is this for all 7 days a week, or are you doing modified hours any point during the week?
We would like to get a permission for that hours, but if needed, depending upon, we can reduce the hours on Saturday and Sunday, how the traffic is, what the business demands. and so forth and so on.
Okay.
With that, ma'am.
Okay, no, because my colleagues have not had a chance to review any of this. As you know,
Yes, yeah, yeah, thank
the
you.
single member district is vacant.
Yes.
And so basically you're not asking for a change in your operation hours at all. But the reason why you need to appear before the ANC is that you need a stipulated business license, which means that you just want to be able to open sooner rather than later, because this is not a new license. This is a transfer of a business license. Am I correct?
Correct, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You're very
Okay.
correct. Yes.
Okay. So that is all the questions that I had for you. To start the discussion, I am going to have to move this motion and call for a second. So I'm prepared to move this motion. Is there a second of record? Okay, Vice Chairperson. Okay, Vice Chairperson DeCapo is the second of record. It has been moved by Chair Patel. Commissioner Malik, I did see you raise your hand, so please, you're recognized.
Sorry about that. So first of all, I think there is actually, according to this application, a request for a change of hours, just as a point of clarification. It says that the approved hours are Sunday 10 to 9, Monday through Saturday 7:30 a.m. to 9 p.m. And the proposed hours are Sunday through Saturday 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. So,
So
you know,
here is the thing, sir. Let's say the legality is if we say we are open till 10, then we cannot stay open after that. But let's say if we can always reduce the hour. We don't have to take anybody's permission, but we cannot extend the hours. So let's say if a customer walks in at 8 o'clock and we have to keep it open till 8:05, we cannot, we can do it legally and we won't be violating any law. But if we ask for till 8 p.m., then it will be a violation. So we have extended hours, but we don't plan to open that many hours.
I mean, I personally have no issue with the hours that you're asking for. I'm pointing this out to just make sure that the commission is aware that there is a change of hours requested in this application. But we do also need to ask about the fact that in the application, it states 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. So you said a minute ago that you wanted to do 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. I'm fine with 10 a.m. to 10 p.m., but that's not what I'm seeing on the document here. So I don't really know from a technical standpoint how we approach that as a commission. Chairperson, do you know in a discrepancy like that what we do?
So do you have your point person here, Christy Chang?
Well, she's not here, ma'am. But if it's 11 a.m., we are fine with that. We'll keep it 11 a.m. But since the ABRA law says we can open up from 9 a.m. to midnight, that's what we like to have it. But but again, as we said, but wherever we decide with the ANC, we are going to keep those hours.
Okay, I mean, I would support 10 to 10. I would also support 11 to 10, but I mean, that's your decision to make. But I just wanted to note that the application does say something different than what you told us. Is this address this is just where the liquor store used to be, right? This is not also the CVS that's empty right next to it?
CVS just closed, yeah.
Okay.
CVS closed the doors, yes.
Okay. Okay, I'll yield back. That's all the questions I had or comments I
Okay.
had.
Thank you, sir.
Any further questions or comments from colleagues on this? Okay. So I'm gonna be honest, gentlemen, you should have had Christy Chang here with you.
I'm sorry.
Number one, because I've had conversations with her and it's not matching up to what you're having because
to be very honest, ma'am, I haven't had a chance to look at the exact details, but yeah, whatever you decide, we'll stick to that.
because I don't think the sentiment of the commission is that they're going to give you any hours past 10 p.m.
No problem.
And
you're not looking for that.
Okay, but you did just say like the maximum amount of hours are 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. And I can tell you
that's ABRA allows it. The DC law says you can open it up, but we don't plan to open it up.
So, I'm going to motion for this. colleagues. I motion that we postpone rendering a decision on this. And gentlemen, you needed to have Chrissy Chang here because this is not, you have not come prepared to address our questions and address questions from the community. And so you're going to have to come back next month.
I'm sorry to hear that, but our intent is not to open anything beyond the 10 p.m. So, I mean, I think you should reconsider because that's going to put a lot of pressure on us. We're not asking anything beyond what is the only reason we put it on an ABRA, what is no later than 10, because we might even close sooner based on how the market looks like. But definitely we don't intend to open beyond 10 p.m. So if you were to reconsider that, I would appreciate it. And we were not aware of it that Chrissy Chang was supposed to be there. Otherwise, we've been waiting since 7 o'clock to get our turns. Had we known that she needed to be here, because in the past, whenever we attended any ANC meeting, the lawyer was not required, and neither we were aware of it. So, I mean, and the hours that we're asking for, that is pretty consistent with what we're saying. I think maybe
11 a.m. to 10 p.m. We are fine. Yeah.
11 to 10 is fine. We're not planning to open even longer than that.
Okay,
Actually, sometimes my memory also goes a little bit off, but I'm sorry for that.
Okay, so gentlemen, if you do have legal counsel retained, it is best practice to have your legal counsel with you.
Because I'm not aware of it.
Understood, ma'am.
So, I mean, as you can see, there have been questions pointed out about your license, and I'm not comfortable with how this conversation is going. I mean, like, Chrissy Chang should have been here and should have been able to articulate a lot of this. I've seen my colleague has had their hand raised. Commissioner Malik, I'll go ahead and recognize you.
Oh, thanks. I have contemplated if I want to make this comment or not, but I mean, Chairperson, I see where you're coming from on this. I respect your position here. I would also be comfortable moving forward with this based on the stated hours of 11 to 10 p.m. I think the only issue that I was raising is that there was a discrepancy between the 10 to 10 that was raised and the 11 to 10 that I was seeing on the paper. I guess I would ask, is there another concern beyond that we think we would want to ask council about? Or I don't want to put a business in a position where they are really struggling because they're not able to open when they need to, just because they said 10 a.m. and the paper says 11 a.m. So I'm not 100% sure on the motion to table this, but that's just where my head is.
Okay. Vice Chairperson DeCapo, Commissioner Youngstone, I'd like to hear your thoughts.
I'm fine moving forward with this, but if you think it's necessary to have the lawyer here, that's fine as well.
Vice Chairperson DeCapo?
I think it would be best if we did have a lawyer. However, if the applicants are okay with 11 to 10 as it states on the application, and obviously we'll adhere to that or less as the market determines, that's fine with me.
Okay. Executive Director Shellis, could you pull up the application so we could all see, so the members of the public can see the application?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. And so go further down. And so it's requesting a change in hours. And so, so yeah, so this was the original license hours. You had the previous approved hours for that venue was 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. for Monday through Sunday. Oh God, that was weird. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. Then Monday through Saturday from 7:30 to 9. And so now you proposed hours are Sunday through Saturday from 11 to 10. So you're not going to get 10 a.m.
That's
Because
fine.
your application says 11.
Yes, that's what we've
And you
done,
said
ma'am.
your end time is 10 p.m.
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
And it probably would be lesser than that if need to be, if the business is not there.
So the only danger is like if you're gonna put 10 p.m., like you could get pushback on closing earlier. I'm just saying that as a community stakeholder.
Yes, ma'am. That's fine.
So all right, so I'm gonna make a motion to calling for an approval of a stipulated business license based on the hours proposed that you submitted to APCA, which is 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. Sunday through Saturday. I'm calling for a second of record.
I'll second that.
Okay. And so it has been moved by Chair Patel. It has been seconded by Commissioner Malik. So I will not lie to you, gentlemen. I'm not thrilled with how this conversation went. I did not feel you came prepared to address. I mean, my colleagues are being
Very nice.
generous,
Very generous.
but
Yes.
you should have had your counsel here.
Apologize, ma'am.
Okay, so just moving forward, have your counsel here. I had conversations with your counsel, so that's why I asked, where is she?
Yes. Okay. Understood,
Okay.
ma'am.
All right, so seeing no further questions or comments from members of the public, seeing no further questions or comments from colleagues, I'm going to turn to a member of the public. If you're a member of the public, you have a question or comment about this establishment and their hours, please raise your hand and we'll go ahead and promote you to panelist. Okay, seeing no further questions or comments from members of the public, seeing no further questions or comments from members of the from colleagues, I'm going to go ahead and call this. I'm going to call the question. We're going to go ahead and vote on this by division of the House, starting in numerical order.
Yes.
Chairperson Patel is a yes.
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 Okay. Motion passes 4-0-0. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Have a good night.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
everybody.
Thank you, the commission and the members. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
All right, moving on to the next item up on the agenda. This is actually under the purview of Commissioner Malik. You could go ahead and run this section.
Sure. Do we have anyone from Gigi's Pasta with us tonight?
We do. I just promoted them.
Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Yes. Hi, this is Stefanos Andreou, the owner from Gigi's Pasta.
Great. Thank you so much for joining us. So I wanted to make sure you were here. I'll give the commission and the public a little overview of this application. This is for a space in Western Market.
Correct.
I have not had a chance to speak to the proprietor yet. This was originally listed on our agenda as a renewal. It's actually a new license application. So I didn't do the initial outreach that I normally would do in that situation. So I don't really know anything about this application, and I'm glad we have someone here to talk about it. So why don't you tell us about your business and what your hopes are for Western Market and the community?
Yeah, it's a food stall in Western Market. It used to be Bass Boys Poets before, so that's the location in the middle of the Western Market. We're doing construction now. Hopefully, we're going to open like in 2-3 weeks. It's going to be a pasta place. It's going to be a machine there making fresh pasta. So it's an Italian concept, and we're trying to get a liquor license for. I mean, if someone wants a beer or wine during lunchtime or dinner, they're able to enjoy it while they have their pasta.
Great. Do you operate restaurants elsewhere in the city or anywhere else?
Yeah, I used to have like years ago on 14th Street. I used to have like a Japanese sushi place, Sakiram, for like 4 years, and now I own Tokyo Pearl by Dubon Circle.
Got it. Okay.
But
All right.
I mean, this is completely different for now. This is just a food stall in Western Market.
Yeah. This is from my perspective, this is pretty straightforward. The licensee is requesting an alcohol carryout and delivery endorsement. So if that's something that the commission wants to speak about, I just wanted to flag that. I think that's fairly common for proprietors in Western Market. I don't really see any specific negative impacts associated with that in this case. So I don't really have any objections to this. This is like, inside what is essentially a food court, pretty straightforward. But I'll turn it over to my colleagues if they have any questions or comments.
Commissioner Malik, I do have a question about their license. So you want the ability to have alcohol as a carry out. What are your hours of operation?
11 a.m. until 9 p.m.
Okay.
As a point of information, I'm sorry to interject, Chairperson. The actual application says Sunday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 11 p.m.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'm very leery about allowing an endorsement for alcohol carry out, and the reason why is I don't believe any of the other establishments currently in Western Market have a carry out endorsement, if I recall correctly. I could be wrong. Vice Chair.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I apologize.
No. I saw Vice Chairperson DeCapo raise his hand, so he may provide some context.
Yeah, can somebody define the alcohol carryout endorsement? I'm not 100% familiar with that term.
Do you want me to take it?
I know there is Duke Grocery here. There is like Andy's Pizza. Yeah, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know their permit exactly. What is it? Their endorsement.
Yeah, Chair Patel, could you say like the legal background of the
alcohol carryout endorsement means that a patron can buy an alcoholic beverage and leave the establishment with it. And
that's what I assumed.
Okay.
And I was just about to say, I know you can do that at Andy's Pizza. You can buy beer or wine at Andy's Pizza and walk out with it. I don't think you can walk out with the alcohol at Duke's. They have alcohol, but I don't think it's a carry out. But Andy's, I'm just from their business practices would assume that they have a carry out endorsement.
Yeah, because I know a couple of establishments. I probably I don't remember weighing in on Andy's because I usually flag that as a very huge concern, especially with it being a college campus. Because I know a couple of our other eateries, people had requested it. That was one thing I had pushed back upon. So that's the only reason why I flagged that. I mean, if it wasn't, and because like from my understanding, I don't know any one of the other establishments having a carry out option for alcohol. I mean, honestly, Andy's Pizza is news to me because I wasn't aware of that.
Andy's Pizza is definitely doing it because I have purchased carryout alcohol there. I don't know about their endorsement, but I assume they're a reputable business. I assume they have the endorsement if they're doing it. It's prominently displayed there.
Yeah, they have a bar as well.
I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
They have a bar as well. They have a bar inside and outside. You can get the alcohol if you want. Yeah.
Yeah. The chairperson and I may have different views on this. I have no issue with the carryout endorsement. So that's not something that would hold me up in approving this. But obviously, I'd like to hear from the rest of the commission too.
Personally, I don't have a problem with the carryout endorsement. Andy's Pizza does it as long as it's handled like them in a decent fashion. Works for me.
Yeah, same.
Okay, I have another one or two questions for you, sir. So
Sure.
what practices are you going to put in place to make sure that underage college students or anyone underage isn't coming into your establishment and trying to buy alcohol? Because you are now asking for a carryout endorsement.
I mean, I'm going to always have someone with a management ABRA certified, and then we're always going to check for IDs. Like that's the normal practices that everyone does.
Okay, but all right, are you going to do any specific type of training on this for your staff?
Are you talking about the tips? The tips, I mean, they're going to have to go through class to get the ABRA license. They're going to have to go through training to get the license. Whoever is going to give the alcohol has to have the license. So I always need to have someone there with license.
Well, I'm also tip certified. I'm actually I'm a tipped worker. I work in the restaurant industry. And so it's very, very easy for someone to neglect in checking someone's ID. And I'm asking you, what is your training protocol? Do you have this built in to where you're going to train your staff so they don't commit an offense? Because at the end of the day, it's your liquor license that's on the line if an employee doesn't do the practice. And I'm asking you these questions because you've got to come to us for this approval.
I mean, of course, we need to train them. It's very serious. They need to check their ID, make sure that they're like over 21. They need to go to the class to get the ABRA license. We're going to do everything that's necessary.
Okay, so before anyone is hired and put on the floors, they're going to be tip certified. Is that what you're telling me?
So whoever is going to be giving the alcohol, it's going to be certified, yeah. Like in front of my line. For example, my cooks are not going to be certified, but the people that they're going to be handling the alcohol, they will be certified, yeah. Not before they get hired. I hire them, and then they have to go through the training in order for them to do that job.
So once again, that goes back to the question, sir. Like, you're going to hire them and then make them go through tips training, because I've been in the industry a long time. So I've been certified numerous times. And so in this case, you're a new establishment. And so I'm asking concrete questions about how you're going to mitigate, and prevent selling of alcohol to underage patrons. You are on a college campus.
I mean, by checking IDs, or what do you recommend? What do you recommend we do?
I shouldn't have to give you the recommendations. You're the patron. You're coming before this ANC commission and asking why. I mean, I'm really quite stunned that you think this is a rubber stamp kind of issue. It's not. I take service of alcohol very seriously. People can lose their jobs over it. People can go to jail over it. People can get injured over it.
I mean, I agree with what you're saying. So I say they're going to go through the training, and they're going to make sure that check IDs and everything else, and we don't serve underage. So we're going to take all the necessary steps.
So how come you've come and are not able to answer my questions? You've acted like everything I'm asking you shouldn't even have to answer.
I think I answered. I don't know what else we can do. They're going to be certified. They're going to take all the necessary steps to make sure, like, they don't serve to underage. They're going to check their ID. I don't think I'm missing anything else. I mean, at the club, we have securities checking IDs. Here, they're going to be checking IDs, and they're going to be tips certified and have the ABRA license. What else am I missing?
Well, you're missing quite a bit, but you know, I've said what I've needed to say to you. Colleagues, I'm going to just be very honest. I don't find any of how he has responded to my questions with satisfaction. And this is a very, very serious thing that we are being asked to consider. I don't just take out alcoholic beverage endorsements like they're candy. And for this gentleman to appear for this ANC commission and to not be dismissive to the concerns I'm raising does not give me any full faith and confidence about him.
Okay, can you please help me and explain me what I'm missing here? Like, what else? What other steps we need to do besides what I said? So just help me to do better my job, please.
It is not my job, and it is not my responsibility to tell you how you come before meetings, sir. You didn't come prepared. That is my opinion alone.
Okay.
Commissioner Malik, I saw you had your hand raised.
Thank you for coming back to me. So, like I said before, I'm comfortable with this. I hear your concerns. I respect them. Before I make a motion on this, Chairperson, could you outline anything that you think would represent a standard that the proprietor could meet? Because what I hear is basically like best practices. Yeah, you have to have a 100% ID check. You have to have certified servers. I don't know really what we would want to see beyond that. And I also don't know, like, I don't think other vendors in Western Market have probably put in place practices that go beyond that. So, you know, if you are able to tell us sort of like what that would look like, I'm definitely willing to listen to
that. I think of this particular, you know, because like I said, I was not aware of Andy's Pizza. If I walked through that, I would have definitely flagged them on this, because I'm equal opportunity offensive. Because if no one else in Western Market has a takeout endorsement, it is going to open the door back for that. Like I said, I didn't know Andy's Pizza had a takeout endorsement. Had I known that, I would have posted. So that's number one. Number two, the fact that there is no clear, concise protocols or plans that he can address to me and to this commission, frankly, and to members of the public about, you know, being responsible. I just got to take him at his word, does not make me comfortable. I mean, one thing is that, you know, maybe consider a settlement agreement around this.
Are you talking to me, or do you need an answer from me about this?
I was talking to my colleague, sir.
Okay.
No, I understand. I apologize. Yeah, the comment was directed at my colleague.
Yeah, I'm sorry for not jumping back in. I was thinking about what the chairperson was requesting. I think for me, the trouble with getting to wanting to do a settlement agreement is that I'm not sure what we as a commission would ask for that goes beyond this best practice of 100% ID check, certified person running the register, selling the alcohol. I don't know what we would land on that's more concrete than that. And I think, you know, I'm also just not as concerned about this issue. I think, you know, we have a lot of businesses in this city and in our district that have takeout alcohol endorsements. This isn't an issue that we have a lot of problems with. So my first preference would be to go ahead and move to see if we have approval for this. And if not, then circle back and have a conversation about a settlement agreement. I'm also willing to keep the conversation going if you want to talk about this more, or if you have more suggestions for how we might approach this. And I could theoretically be convinced on working on a settlement agreement if I could see like what do we hope as a commission to get out of that goes beyond what's been laid out here.
Okay, I mean, like, to be very transparent, to be very fair, you know, this was a rather rushed process. You know, you as you have admitted and stated for the record, you didn't have a chance to do your proper due diligence and outreach with the operator. And so we're like now in this situation where like we have questions and, you know, answers are being provided that I myself find unsatisfactory. So I mean, like I said, I'm not satisfied. I'm just not satisfied. But that's me. Maybe other people on the commission feel differently. And that's okay. I have thrown out what my suggestion is. And you know, like I said, you know, I could be the outlier on that, and that's okay too. And I just want to mention to colleagues, I still have to do public comment on this as well.
Okay, well, I don't do this with any disrespect intended. I am gonna move that we approve the application as it's been submitted.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion has been moved by Commissioner Malik. It has been seconded by Commissioner Youngstone. Are there any further questions or comments from colleagues before I turn to members of the public? I think you have your hand raised, Commissioner DeCapo. Or were you debating on whether to say something?
Sorry, I'm trying to pull up the Andes Avra license because
Okay.
it looks like they came through earlier this year, and I'm trying to find a place where it says that they have carry out, because there's this list of different ones. I guess it looks like it's probably throughout the city. And on the sheet, it does say they are endorsed as a carry out and delivery and streetery Andy's Pizza. So as
So when it came
and
through earlier this year, was it as a renewal or was it as
it
a
was
brand?
it was a renewal application.
That is why we missed it. Because we tend to do the renewals as we take no action, and probably on all of us did not read that they had amended and asked for that.
Is that a thing that can happen if they add an endorsement? I think it has to come through as a new license, right? If not, that is something we should absolutely note for renewals, because that means we have to look at those like a hawk to see if the endorsement requests have all been.
I believe if that would have been a new license, we'd have been notified as a new license. And so like I said, if y'all hadn't told me about Andy's Pizza, because I remember things pretty well. That's why when they initially asked for it, this was not on the table. So then if they did, as a renewal, added some things, which they are allowed to by APCA, and we took no action, which means the ANC didn't take a stance, and therefore it went through. And had I actually known that, I think we would have pulled that aside and probably had a discussion about it. But good catch, Vice Chairperson DeCapo.
I will add on the renewal, it does not say anything. The word carryout is not on this renewal. It's at least what I'm looking at right now that came up in our May meeting, the regular May meeting. There might be a different one somewhere, but there, yes, on May 21st, we did get an APCA renewal for Andy's Pizza, and they do have a endorsement for a carryout. Obviously, I'd have to look back a little further to see if this was indeed a new endorsement, or if they had this before and hadn't used it. Who knows? I haven't been here that long, so I wouldn't necessarily be the person to ask, but I'll do some digging.
Okay,
I'd
no,
also like to chime in as executive director, and I'm noticing as well, it just says renewal application on the application that I receive. So if there's any way we can find out on how to receive more information past that application so we can catch these things and be able to present them properly.
okay. No, yeah, this is important. Okay. We already have one motion on the table, and I can't make another motion until the first one is done. Once again, my personal 2 cents is I feel like there's more questions, and this is not a ding to the proprietor, but I also did not know Andy's Pizza had a carryout endorsement, because I wouldn't have supported that either. So,
Is there any reason that we would think that a carryout endorsement is more likely to lead to underage sales? Because theoretically, the practices will be the same regardless of where the product goes after the point of sale.
So I'm just gonna say it's very easy for an employee of a proprietor to be absent-minded. They could be slammed, they could be rushed, and not check someone's ID. And at the end of the day, it's the proprietor who suffers that consequence. I mean, I've worked too many jobs where I've seen APCA come in and sting them. They lose their job. It's a big, big deal. And like enough infractions, an establishment can lose their license. And I mean, I'm just coming from the lens and the vantage point of somebody who works in this industry. And I know the pressure they could put on workers to say, just sell them the alcohol. No one's going to know. No. And like I said, that's a colloquial narrative, but it does happen. And I'm very seriously and with intentionality are saying to the proprietor on this meeting, like, what is your plan? And I think we have a right to know that, and he's not prepared to answer that. And I have too many reservations about this, and maybe the rest of you do not, and that is okay, but I have too many reservations.
I would push back on that slightly because I think that the proprietor has explained the protocol, and I think it aligns with best practices. And I think for me, the big question that I'm coalescing around is like, why are we treating takeout differently than on-site alcohol? In the example that you just gave, that employee could be absent-minded and not check the ID. That's just as true for someone who's buying a draft beer to drink on site as it is for someone who's buying a bowl of pasta and a bottle of beer to take home. I don't understand why we're looking at these as two different standards that need to be evaluated differently.
I mean, like, in all honesty, like, I do think it does make a difference. When you have a takeout endorsement, we're thinking somebody's going to buy an alcoholic beverage. if somebody's doing takeout, there's nothing to say, well, I want six bottles or this. And I'm just saying, like, there doesn't, I'm put it this way, I'm seeing a lot of red flags with this. And that's just the vantage point I'm coming from. And I did not know Andy's Pizza had a takeout endorsement or a street eatery, all of these things. Because I will be very honest, I would not have supported that.
Okay. Well, I think I mean, I respect your opinion on this. I think we're in different places here. I think I don't really have any more debate on this, and I would encourage us to see where the commission falls on this motion.
All right. Well, before we can take a vote, we have to take public comment on the matter.
Yep.
So if you're a member of public and you have any questions or comments about this, raise your hand and we'll go ahead and recognize you. Hi, Barbara, you're recognized.
Can you hear me this time?
We can hear you.
Yes. I pulled the application for the Andes, and it does not have the endorsement mentioned on the application. I sent it to Jim and to Troopy. And I think Troopy's points are well taken. This is a college campus, and I think that we should get a settlement agreement before we just approve something like this. This is pretty serious because kids can take it out and give it to their friends and alcohol. And I think this is a serious issue, and I agree with her. Thank you.
Any further questions or comments from members of the public on this matter? Seeing no further questions or comments on the matter, seeing no further questions or comments from colleagues on this, the item has been moved. It has been seconded. I'll go ahead and call for a vote on the matter. We'll go ahead and do this by division of the House in numerical order.
Yes.
Chairperson Patel is a no.
Yes.
Yes.
Motion passes 3-1-0. I think the one is where the no should be, but it's three yeses, 1 no.
Okay, well, thank you to the proprietor for being here. Thank you, Chairperson, for a rigorous and I think helpful debate, honestly. That was a very good debate. I appreciated hearing your thoughts on this. And yeah.
Thank you so much for your help. I appreciate it.
All right, and then the next 2 items up are renewals before the Alcoholic Beverage Cannabis Administration. So these are renewals of 2 different licenses. They're both vacant SMDs. I think given the example we just went through, I think it should behoove us to at least look at them before making any motions. Edie Shellis, could you pull up the renewal application for Metropolitan Club of DC, please?
Okay, here it is.
All right. Okay, scroll down. Okay, so while it is a renewal, they do have a nature of substantial change to it. Just looking at the hours, I do not see any areas of concern on this, but that is me. I do not know if colleagues feel differently. Vice Chairperson DeCapo, you're recognized.
I would like to point out also this is a private club, so the concerns before don't really apply here.
I'm aware. I'm aware they're a private club, but
I didn't know about that.
no,
Of
no,
the
I,
Metro
I'm
Club.
aware that they are a private club, but I mean, considering, they are renewing, but renewing with changes. So it's like, okay, so I've skimmed it. Um, I see no areas of concern, but that is me. I think Vice Chair DeCapo has already expressed his sentiment. Commissioner Youngstown, Commissioner Malik.
I'm fine
Commissioner
with
Malik.
this.
So I'm reviewing this in real time, and the current hours of alcohol beverage sales in the Summer Garden end at 9 on Fridays and 6 on Saturdays, and the proposal is to go to 11 p.m. all days except Sunday, which is a pretty significant change. And my only flag there would be I don't know what the orientation of their summer garden is to the neighborhood, but if it is something where there could be a noise issue, there's a really big difference between a 6 p.m. closing time and an 11 p.m. closing time.
So go back up. Edie Shellis. I just want to see when this needs to be changed. Okay, so looking at the location of it, I don't believe it's surrounding residences. Because this is in 2A07, which is predominantly the heart of GW's campus. Or like
Yeah, I think you're right. I don't believe there is really any residential around here, although I can't say that for certain. I'm just going based off of my knowledge of the block.
and also even though their hours are until 11 p.m., I mean by law, like most noise is acceptable until 11 p.m. It's after 11 p.m. where and so I would be more concerned if they were asking for hours at midnight.
Yeah, that's a
Then
really good point.
so that's the only reason why I said I don't see any areas of concern. Because like I said, I mean, I think they're also being mindful of the fact that, oh, if we go past 11 p.m., this is going to trigger a settlement agreement with the ANC Commission on their hours of operation and how they are with the community. So, as I said, I'm I see nothing. I see no flags of concern, at least from me. Commissioner Malik, do you have any flags of concern? I saw you shake your head, but I wasn't sure if that
Oh,
meant.
no, just in agreement. I think you made good points on that. That's a good flag on the 11 p.m. noise ordinance. So yeah, I'm fine with this if the commission is fine with it.
Okay. So if you're a member of the public, you have a question or comment about this license, we'll go ahead and recognize you. Okay, seeing no further questions or comments on that particular license. I'm going to ask Edie Shellis to pull up the next license under the renewals so we could review it very quickly. And I'm trying to see, okay. Okay, wait, can you go down? Okay. Okay. Commissioner Malik, you're recognized.
Thanks. So just to be clear, this is a cafe in a hotel, right?
I believe this is a cafe inside of a hotel
Okay.
because I'm looking at their hours of entertainment. They're very limited and their hours of operation are different, but their hours of sale and service is different. Edie Shellis, could you go back up, please? And once again, this is also on H Street. If Commissioner Malik or if Edie Shellis, if you could put in that address so we could just have some context of where this is.
Yes, I got it.
Could you blow up the picture, like the actual photograph? Okay. Okay, this is heavy business, no residents. Okay. Given its location, and even though they have their hours of operation as up until midnight, I think given the fact of where it's located, I don't see them staying open that late. So I myself don't see any areas of concern. Commissioners DeCapo and Youngstone, do you have any areas of concern on this license? Or
No
this rule?
objections.
Me either.
Commissioner Malik? Okay. So given the fact that we have reviewed the license renewals together and no one has expressed any reservations or concerns, ANC 2A is going to take no action on this. Okay. And moving on to the last item on our agenda, it is matters before George Washington University. If you are here, please raise your hand and we'll promote you. And good evening, Kevin. Before you start, doing all right. Colleagues, I do want to be mindful that some of you do have work tomorrow. If you need to hop off the call, there's no further action for tonight. So if any one of you need to hop off, you can be excused. All right, continue, Kevin. I just wanted to make sure my colleagues knew if they needed to hop off, they could.
Sure. So we'll try to move through this presentation pretty quickly. Good evening. My name is Kevin Days. I'm the Executive Director for Government and Community Relations for the George Washington University. And as you know, we are in the very early stages of engagement around the 2027 Foggy Bottom Campus Plan. And community input is really very important, and we value the the ability to work collaboratively with ANC2A and all of our neighborhood partners to, share, to make sure that the plan, reflects some shared priorities. So tonight we're going to provide you a brief overview of our approach to community engagement for the campus plan, including how we hope to involve neighbors throughout the process. I'm joined by two key members of the campus plan development team. Adam Aronson, who's GW's Assistant Vice President for Campus Development, who'll speak about what goes into a campus plan. And we're also joined by Tyler Patrick, Principal Planner from Sasaki, the university's planning consultant, who'll walk through the framework and how we'll use use that framework to get comprehensive input from the community. After the presentation, if there's anyone interested, we'll be happy to take questions to your feedback. And we hope this is the beginning of a long process of engagement. I'm going to turn this over to Adam to start us off. Adam, you're up.
Sounds good. Thanks, Kevin. Again, Adam Aronson, Assistant VP for Campus Development with GW. So as Kevin mentioned, we're beginning the process now to update our 2007 campus plan, which expires in 2027. So we're getting that process underway right now, partnered with Sasaki. We're really here today to give you kind of an overview of that process and discuss how the neighborhood, specifically the ANC and other interested parties can get involved. Developing the campus plan is very much a collaborative process with the neighborhood, and it's important that we find ways to start that dialogue with you all and keep engaged along the way. So the hope tonight again is just give you an overview and then try to find ways that we can continue to engage with this group throughout that process. So what is a campus plan? Some folks in the meeting tonight may have been part of the development of the 2007 campus plan many years ago. DC zoning regulations require that universities in residential areas develop a campus plan periodically. The plan is meant to ensure that any university impacts on surrounding neighborhoods are managed effectively. And then the zoning regulations also outline the process for approval of various development sites, changes to the plan, et cetera. Next slide. So what does a campus plan address? It really boils down to, the regulations have very specific categories that need to be addressed as part of the plan. And it boils down to kind of these 5 themes here: student enrollment in the campus population, development sites, character of the campus, student housing and campus life, neighborhood quality of life issues, and then issues surrounding transportation and parking. And these are all the things that will be flushed out as we develop the plan. Next slide. So the 2007 plan, as a result of the community-based planning process that was put into developing that plan, there were a wide range of benefits for both the university, the surrounding community, and the district as a whole. I'm not going to read through all these in detail, but some key elements here are the I Street retail corridor, streetscape plan, which really dictates how we improve public space around the campus, the historic preservation plan, sustainability requirements, and then things like parking policies, keeping cars off neighborhood streets, things like that. Next slide. And this list, I'm not going to go into all these in detail. This walks through some of the key projects that were delivered as part of the 2007 campus plan. While these, again, benefits to the university, there are certainly benefits to the neighborhood as well. The Square 54 development brought some much needed retail to the neighborhood, including the Whole Foods grocery store. A number of housing projects here, including South Hall and District House, bringing more beds to the campus to meet the needs of our students. Other amenities, parking, multiple projects on here provided off-street parking to handle the visitors to campus. And again, retail, as I mentioned, the Avenue Project, SEH, District House, all provide neighborhood serving retail. So with that, I'm going to hand off to Tyler, who's going to talk a little bit about our strategic framework and the path forward. So Tyler, take it away.
Great. Thanks. So Adam just walked you through the 2007 plan, and I think guiding this plan is the university's strategic framework, which is been worked on through a collaborative process with the university over the last several months and will be publicly launched this fall. But the outlines of it are listed here on this slide, and it's really about advancing the impactful knowledge production through interdisciplinary excellence at the highest level. And then that sets up three key priorities around generating scholarship with impact, preparing students to be strong and resilient leaders, and then strengthening our foundation for excellence. And so what the campus plan will do is to think about ways to physically manifest these strategic priorities within the campus environment. And so we'll be working to unpack that over the next several months. While the Foggy Bottom campus is the driver for the regulatory campus plan that we're working on, we also have other campus properties, the Virginia Science and Technology campus, as well as the Mount Vernon campus, that have programmatic or programs for serving GW that will come to bear in terms of consideration for what kinds of things and their relationships back to the Foggy Bottom campus. So in short, we need to really understand the holistic university and all of its programs to understand the relationships and the bearing and the impact on the Foggy Bottom campus. Then, of course, we'll look at the Foggy Bottom campus in relation to the adjacent neighborhoods, the relationships with the city, how that relates in terms of things like, whether that's streetscape, open space, and broader sort of issues and topics that Adam mentioned on those early slides, like transportation. And then, of course, the immediate context around the university and the neighborhoods. So we're just kind of getting our feet under us in terms of going through a discovery and analysis phase where we've been looking at lots of data, doing campus reconnaissance, really understanding how the university works and some of the history of its planning. And right now we're in our sort of engagement and framework development phase where we're meeting with government stakeholders, Foggy Bottom community stakeholders, business and civic partners, and we'll continue to do that throughout the process. It's about a year-long process to develop the plan, and then after that we go into the sort of plan adoption phase. So this is just the first overview in terms of what we'll be looking at in this campus planning scope, and we'll look forward to your active and involvement throughout the course of the project. So we will be working to establish different kinds of formats to solicit input as we start to develop ideas. But in the short term, if you have feedback or suggestions that you'd like to share with us, you can go to campusplan.gwu.edu, and there will be some information about what this plan is about, the overall schedule, as well as a feedback form, so that you can really learn more about the process and participate. So with that, that's the end of our presentation. And as Kevin mentioned, we'll be happy to take any questions.
So again, the goal tonight was really just to kind of kick things off, let you all know that this process is getting started. We're open to feedback about the best ways to engage both the ANC and the surrounding community, whether it's virtual forums like this. We're happy to host in-person meetings on campus and bring folks in for an open dialogue. We've talked about, something that we did back with the 2007 plan was what we called office hours, just have blocks of time with meet in a room on campus and folks can come and go and share their feedback. So we're really open to your thoughts and the best way to engage the community as a whole. And again, as Tyler said, this is just the first discussion of many. So open to questions or thoughts.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your presentation. Actually, I have quite a few thoughts. And so I don't know if you were here at the beginning of the meeting, but Vice Chair DeCapo, at my request, is going to be running a comp plan task force. So we are getting started on that process. We'll probably by the end of this month, start soliciting for members of the task force. I think number one, we'd like to have a partnership with GW in that, because rather than coming up with two different plans, like let's layer them over on top of one another. So that's number one. Number two, and I've heard this sentiment echoed in students, I think, of who have appeared at different meetings. I think when when there have been changes made to the campus, I think just not just the students, but like the surrounding residents, there's a craving for green space, like an oasis within, like the stone buildings, like all the granite buildings here. So, if I think you guys have been trying to figure out how to incorporate more greenery. So I do want to acknowledge that. Like, I think you guys have actually tried to be, more receptive to listening to the community about like maximizing green spaces or being innovative in trying to get more green spaces. So that's two. I think three, what I'd like to see is maybe some of these students who are currently on the campus now won't see like the manifestation of the footprint of like what the campus would look like moving forward. But I think their feedback is also imperative because they're going to share their thoughts about what they'd like to see, like students after them incoming would want to see. Like I'm an alumna of the George Washington University. When I went to school, they didn't have the Western Market. They didn't have like the Whole Foods. Like, it was just kind of like dead space, like for lack of a better way of saying it, was just dead space. It was just like granted everywhere. And I mean, obviously fast forward 20 plus years later, it's a very different look. I think my last suggestion is that, and this one is a little bit of a weighty one. I think it would be smart to see how the council is going to move forward in their revitalization plan of downtown. And the reason why I'm bringing that up, it has been brought to my attention that Mayor Bowser has bought about, I think, four buildings to do office to residential conversions. And so it's kind of almost like as you're building this, it's building like with no clear concrete idea of what downtown is going to be reshaped into. Because I do know like they are starting that. There's been a lot of back and forth of, the reimagination of downtown. And so I think that's like the harder piece because that's the piece you can't control per se, like how does that shape? But I think the one piece of feedback and advice I would give to this team is whatever vision or plan you come up with, make sure it's adaptable and fluid. So that you're not in an intractable position in like 10 or 15 years. Like for this particular comp plan planning process, it's not like a 10-year vision. They're actually looking for a 15-year vision, which is like the first time DC is actually doing that. And they're actually, DC government has requested like the feedback by 2026, like officially, like how do you want all of this allocated? And I mean, I do think that, kind of seeing like how perhaps some of our surrounding ANC commissions are mapping out their respective comp plan for their ANC commissions, such as I would look at, 2E, 2B, and 2C, because I think those are the three that kind of touch. Like 2E borders, like my commission pretty closely. Like if you go to another 2 blocks, it's different. But it's almost like you kind of want to see how some of our tertiary ANC partners are kind of going to be approaching the comp plan. So that way it's like you're kind of melting into those respective plans, if that makes any sense.
That does, and that's a lot of great feedback there. I really appreciate that. We're certainly happy to support the comp plan task force that you're assembling and have somebody from our team join that to provide input. Yeah, the green space comment that you made, absolutely important. That's a comment that we get a lot. It's always a struggle with an urban campus trying to maximize green space. You go out around campus on a nice day and our green spaces are packed full of people enjoying it. So that's certainly going to be a focus of ours as well. And your comment about student feedback is absolutely important. We have a lot of student engagement now that they're back, gotten the start of the semester under them. We have a lot of student engagement sessions that are going to be kicking off in the month of October that we're really looking forward to. So I appreciate all that feedback. Thank you.
Okay, that was all my comments and question. Well, my comments. I didn't really have a question for you. I yield the floor back to any of my colleagues if you had any questions or feedback for the plan. You might be getting off easy tonight, gentlemen. Usually they're a very lively bunch and have tons of questions.
That's the good part about being last on the agenda, right?
Sorry
No
about
problem.
you being last. But if you're a member of the public and you have a comment or a question about GW's campus plan presentation, please raise your hand and we'll go ahead and recognize you. Is seeing no further questions or comments from members of the public. Last chance, colleagues. Seeing no further questions and comments about this presentation. I am going to say, gentlemen, you got off easy. I think having a point of contact. So, because I know sometimes people will think of the questions after you have all gone. So that if
they can roll those questions to me.
all the questions to you.
That's right.
And
I'll make sure that they get routed to the team.
Okay. And
or to the website, as Tyler mentioned,
right.
we do have the
Or to
website
the
up
website.
now. There's a survey there that's really meant for everybody as part of the GW community, students, faculty, staff, neighborhood as well. Feel free to take a look at that survey and share your feedback. And again, this is going to be the first of many meetings, so we look forward to the ongoing discussion.
absolutely.
And we'll roll that out in our newsletter too. So you'll be many ways to get feedback into the plan.
I'm sorry. I promise not to ask a bazillion questions, but I'm probably going to be the one that asks a zillion questions. How many? I mean, obviously, I know nothing is set in stone. How many more meetings will you have to take public feedback on the comp plan?
On the campus plan or the comp plan?
I'm calling your plan the comp plan as well.
Okay.
Yeah, the GW. I would just refer to it as the GW comp plan because I mean it is similar to the comp plan because you're trying to reconfigure the layout.
Yeah, we've
Go ahead, Tyler.
we've roughly planned quarterly updates, and so that's kind of the pace that we anticipate.
Okay. No. All right. Well, we hope that when you provide your quarterly update, you also appear again before the commission and provide a update to the community. I try to give you as many venues as possible so they can't say, well, we didn't know, we didn't hear from them. That's everybody's favorite thing to say.
Totally.
Yeah, we're reaching out to, in addition to the ANC, we will reach out to the Foggy Bottom Association. We're trying to schedule a time for talk to WICA. So we'll be around. And also as Adam and Tyler mentioned, there will be other opportunities that, beyond just the standing community meetings. So look for that information.
All right, will do. Gentlemen, I have no further questions for you. I don't think any of the members of the public have any questions for you. Doesn't appear that my colleagues had any further questions for you. So I will release you. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
So have a great night.
Thanks.
You too. Take care.
Thank you. Take care. Bye.
You're welcome. There being no further business to be conducted, I am adjourning this meeting at 11:20 p.m. Our next regularly scheduled meeting will take place on Wednesday, October 22nd at 7 p.m. It is going to be a virtual only meeting. Everyone have a good night.